Okay, I think we're okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. We'll begin the meeting soon. Before we get started, I want to share my unending gratitude to the Boulder City Council for allowing us to utilize our chambers today. Very grateful for the use of the space while our boardroom on CCSD is currently being prepared for our newest members arriving in January. Okay. I'd like to welcome everyone today. I'm President Garcia Morales, and I call this regular board meeting of December 14th, 2023 to order. The time is 5:03 p.m. I'd like to remind everybody to please silence their cell phones, electronic devices. We'd like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather is the territorial homelands of the Las Vegas Band of Paiutes. Before we continue on this meeting agenda, I'd like to confirm that Council Malich is on the line and Trustee Williams is on the phone.
I'm present, Mrs. Nicole.
Thank you,
It's
Council.
Trustee Williams, I'm here.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Thank you, Council. And thank you, colleagues. Perfect. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Trustee Bustamante Adams. Thank you, Trustee Bustamante Adams. I believe the presentation of colors will be held, will be led by the Clark High School ROTC. Are they present? All right, they are here in spirit, and we're grateful for them. Okay. Very good. We're very grateful that they, I'm sorry, something must have come up, but we're very grateful that they had a desire to be here today. I'm sorry they're not here. Trustee Brooks will make the motion to approve the agenda.
Madam President, members of the board, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following change. Additional reference material is provided for item 3.01, American Rescue Plan, Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Funds. Annual use of funds report. Revised reference material is provided for item 4.01, 2023-2024, amended final budget.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Colleagues, if you would like to second, I'd like for you to either raise your, if you're ready for a second, please raise your paddle. Trustee Guzman?
I second.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Brooks and a second by Trustee Guzman. Please lift your paddle for your vote. Thank you. And call Trustee Williams on the phone.
Aye.
Thank you. Colleagues, the motion passes 7-0. All right, we're going to go ahead and start with the consent agenda. Before I begin with the consent agenda, I want to acknowledge that we, because we're in a different space, we are kind of becoming familiar with the setup for, if everything is a little different than what we normally are used to in our space. We're incredibly grateful to be here. So we are, before we open an action item, we collect public comment cards. Public comment cards can be found on the podium. They're yellow. Once we begin the item, we will no longer take public comment cards on the action item. Okay. We're going to begin with So if there's anybody who would like to speak on action items in the consent agenda, please submit your yellow cards now. It looks like we have one card that was submitted today, but we have some individuals who signed up in advance. We have one individual. Is Ken Cordy here? Hi, Ken. Welcome. Come on up to the podium. No, you are good to go. You signed up in advance. Thank you for that. If you can. One thing that you may hear, we're going to time the you have 3 minutes to present. Trustee Bustamante Adams has her phone and her timer. Once you hear that, that means that your public comment is over.
Right.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. It's my first time doing something like this, so I hope this is appropriate. I'm just going to read from a prepared memo, if that's okay, and I won't take long. Good evening, Board President Garcia Morales and members of the board. My name is Ken Cordray. I am a local Henderson homeowner, small business owner, taxpayer, and voter in Clark County. I also represent the Platinum Packaging Group that supplies food service packaging products nationwide, including to Clark County. We are a privately owned, well-established supplier of school nutrition supplies to schools. We have done business before with Clark County, although it has been many years. I am here to inquire and ask questions regarding the consent agenda for the Operations Department on item 2.14 awards. I'm also here to shed light on what appears to be a non-level playing field for suppliers like me to fairly participate in Clark County Schools' procurement processes for goods and services. Consent agenda item 2.14 includes an award of $4.8 million for food service containers and trays on RFP 24001 LJJ. I've asked for a copy of the bid information or the bid tabulation results for consent agenda on item 2.14 so I can confirm our prices have been correctly calculated and not have been misrepresented. As of today, I've not been provided this opportunity or information. I just made the request a couple of days ago, so I don't know how that works. It is my understanding that the award today of contract is for 1 year with an option to renew for a total of 6 years. Given that your food service program receives federal funding from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, and for the National School Lunch Program, my question is Clark County allowed to be in contract for 6 years? If so, would someone clarify to me what the Nevada or federal contract duration period is so that I can know? California, for example, the limit is 5 years, which in my personal opinion is excessive in and of itself. Also, I want to point out another long-term central kitchen bid number 13075 KAB, awarded in 2013. This one is exceeding 10 years. I'm told that the board has been reapproving this particular bid on a regular basis for the last 10 years. I have been asking food service purchasing when the current bid, current food tray and film bid will be reissued because it's been over 10 years. I have been told the answer to my question is we don't know. Even if allowed by law, these large dollar multiple year rollovers do not constitute best practices in the use of public funding by taxpayers, in my opinion.
Mr. Cordray, forgive me, it appears that's time. We've got this fun sound that's coming in this direction. We welcome you to submit the written comment for the record so that we can continue to read that. And I want to thank you for acknowledging that you requested this item, this information a couple of days ago, and thank you for giving staff a chance to do that, but they will be able to answer your questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
So can I drop this off?
You can provide this to Lisa, who's here to your left.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay. The next person up for public comment is Ernest Mackey. Is Ernest here? Mr. Mackey, I see that you're speaking on 2.1.
Correct.
Is there something specific within 2.1 that you're speaking on?
Good evening, board. My name is Ernest Mackey. I wasn't planning on coming to any of this meeting, this evening, but my kids come home this evening and expressing what they felt and what's going on at the school. As we do every day, we always speak and say good evening and how your day went and everything, and we discuss things. Well, they brought up some very interesting issues about this class segregation. I call it class segregation because I've seen it before in the past, in the 60s, the 70s, and this is how it started off with that 2.1, which is, I look at it as institutional racism. For an example, I've seen the acts and the plays go on before this time at this school, Las Vegas High School, and it's still going on. You speak out, you say you're going to do something about it, you target the kids more. You say you're going to remove this teacher from in front of these kids who's making these racial accusations. You remove her, but still over those kids, and you put someone else in place who is more racist and still making accusations towards the kids. For an example, I've been sick for a while, so it's hard for me to speak and try to remember these things right now. But you take a group of African American girls and want to suspend them because they seen a fight. How many times have y'all suspended other cultural groups for seeing a fight? And then when we speak up, they want to change their ways. This 2.1, I've seen it, I experienced it. It's no good for our culture of kids. It's no good. And I'm asking you all to reconsider about what you're trying to do, because almost all you parents listening, you need to start listening and come out to these meetings, and you need to start speaking out. I've seen it too many times. And I see the plays when my kids come home and tell me what's going on. It's getting ridiculous. You all practicing it, it's out there, and it's going on. You got new coaches in place saying the same thing the other coaches said. We're going to move these girls out from cheerleaders because they don't want to see no African-American girls. They want to change their dances. They want to say what they look like, no hoochie dancing. That's what they saying. They saying we ain't going to have no pole dancing girls here. That stuff is obsolete. I don't want to hear it no more. Those people need to go, and starting with the principal. Starting with the principal.
Thank you, Mr. Mackey, for your public comments. Your time is up. Okay, colleagues, at this time, we don't have any additional public comment. Do I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda? Trustee Brooks?
Thank you, Madam President. I move to adopt the consent agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Trustee Cavazos?
I would like to second that motion.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Brooks, a second by Trustee Cavazos. Please raise your paddle for the vote. Trustee Williams?
Aye.
Thank you. Colleagues, that motion passes 7-0. We're going to move on to the warrants. Trustee Bustamante Adams, please read the warrants.
Thank you, Madam President. Ratified warrants as listed in the bills payable transmittal and board memorandum number 08-23-24 in the total amount of $317,076,822.58.
Thank you, Trustee Bustamante. Thank you, Trustee Bustamante Adams. We're going to go straight into item 3.01. That's the American Rescue Plan Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Funds Annual Use of Funds Report. Before I open this item, because this is an action item, if someone who'd like to speak on this item and has not submitted their yellow card, please do so now for public comment. It does not appear that we have anybody who signed up in advance or has submitted a yellow card for this item. All right, I am going to move into the presentation. Dr. Larson Mitchell.
Madam President, members of the board, trustees. This is a presentation on the use of funds regarding the $777 million the district was allocated on ESSER funds. On behalf of Dr. Jara, I extend our deep appreciation to our educators and staff for going above and beyond to utilize the instructional materials, resources, and supports to improve our student outcomes that have been provided through these funds. Thank you, and I'll turn it over, President, if I may, to Ms. Kelly Kowal-Paul. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Larson Mitchell. Excuse me, Madam President, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to present this afternoon. I'm really excited to share with you some of the progress we've made and where we're looking toward the future regarding our ESSER III investments for our students. But before I get into the details, since Dr. Jara is not able to be with us today, we thought we would share with you and with the public a tiny bit of his voice and a few videos of our teachers and students and some of the work that's been going on related to ESSER with a couple of minutes of a short video.
Hello, I'm Jesus Jara, Superintendent in the Clark County School District. In January 2022, Clark County School District receives $777 million in recovery funding through the American Rescue Plan Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Act, which we call ESSER III. With this funding, we're investing in our students, teachers, and schools. We are implementing long-needed infrastructure, student supports, and teacher resources that are supporting immediate pandemic recovery and also investing in the future of the district. We know pandemic recovery will take several years, but we're already seeing signs of recovery thanks in part to the investments we have made with ESSER III funding.
And this is one of the first times I've ever experienced in 15 years as a teacher here where the district is investing in us.
The ESSER funds allowed us to purchase these for teachers and give them everything they need in a one-stop shop. This also ensures that these materials are research-based and the best is being put in front of our students.
ESSER is definitely helping raise that bar and giving kids opportunities through programs like CORE.
We're on track to make impactful investments on time. Spending progress is ahead of the targeted spending trajectory over time, and all projects are being funded in alignment with the federal requirements and in service of pandemic recovery.
We'll have a group of a total of 300 teachers who now receive that specialist in ELAC endorsement.
Thanks to the federal recovery funding, we have been able to take decisive and bold action to address the most pressing impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. The road to recovery will take several years, and we're committed to fulfilling the expectations of this investment of the federal recovery funds for the benefit of all the students of the Clark County School District.
So thank you, Dr. Jara. Throughout the presentation today, I'll take some liberties to orient you to the full use of funds report, which is also attached as reference material for you to review directly. I'll give you some high-level status information for the implementation of federal relief funds allocated to the district under the American Rescue Plan. The bulk of the report details the progress of ESSER III investments, both in terms of spending and project management, but also in terms of emerging recovery indicators across priority areas. Like Dr. Jara said in the video, though it's still early and we know pandemic recovery will take several years, we are pleased to be seeing several signs of recovery and evidence that supports the investments we've been making with ESSER III dollars and the work that's been going on across the district. Excuse me. The report details how we are using ESSER III funds to prioritize both immediate interventions and long-term investments. Recovery investments are focused on accelerating student learning and supporting our teachers, and will build a strong foundation for long-term success. For example, with our investment of much-needed Tier 1 curriculum in English language arts, mathematics, and science. The report shows how we are using data to drive our decision-making by continually adjusting our investments as a result of monitoring student data and other formative progress indicators, and also how we are working to further equity and access through pandemic relief. You'll see that we continue to heavily invest in teachers, with eyes on encouraging teachers to join and stay with us at CCSD, and also on supporting instructional practices and post-secondary opportunities for teachers. We are fulfilling our promise of transparency and accountability with regular spending and implementation updates posted at future.ccsd.net and through the publication of this annual report. And finally, as Dr. Jara said, we are still on track to make impactful investments on time. Spending progress is well ahead of the targeted spending trajectory, and all projects, as Dr. Jara said again, are being funded in alignment with federal requirements and in service of pandemic recovery. Like I said, we're in a really great position in terms of making our impactful ESSER investments on time. As of October 1, which is the date of the data pool that sources the report, we had spent or encumbered just under 84% of our $777 million allocation. I'll tell you, though, that as of December 1st, we are at over 89% spent or encumbered, which is a really, really great place to be with about 9 months left in the spending period. We are on our fourth version of our ESSER 3 spending plan, and we anticipate at least one more, maybe two more, to make sure that we invest every penny in our CCSD kids. As you already know, our investments were aligned to our existing Focus 2024 priority areas, and though some projects would fit in multiple categories, you can see that the bulk of investments support our student success initiatives and our teachers, principals, and staff priority area. In each of these areas, we see evidence of impact or recovery. The bulk of the report details some of that evidence in each priority area alongside spending progress, and also highlights the immediate interventions and long-term investments we are making with ESSER funds in each area. We learned at the Council of Great City Schools Conference just this fall, through the presentations of many of our peers in other large urban school districts, and even in recent headlines just this week, that many districts are anticipating significant deficits with the end of ESSER 3 funding and are implementing major changes as a result. While we are planning for some significant challenges, we are not anticipating anything like what we are hearing from our peers across the country. Because we planned for the eventuality of the funding ending, and because Nevada, like most states, has increased education funding, and because schools have access to carried forward dollars at their disposal, the ESSER cliff feels a little bit smaller here in CCSD than it seems like it may be in many other districts across the country. We took great care to spend the ESSER, or to plan the ESSER spend with sustainability in mind from the very beginning, to consider sustainability throughout the investment and to be prepared for the decision making that we need to engage in at the end of the project period. First, at the beginning, we considered sustainability by implementing projects that required one-time spends but would have a long-term impact, such as the Tier 1 instructional materials, some of the infrastructure for technology one-to-one system that we've implemented. We implemented many projects that allowed us to prove the need, so to speak, to our leaders, to our state leaders, to show what impact more appropriate funding can have on an urban school district. And we implemented many projects that have furthered equity in a way that we've not been able to in the past. Technology investments, support of the Transformation Network, ELL endorsements, for example. Throughout the ESSER implementation, we established and have been operating a robust accountability system that allows us to measure the impact of each investment as we go, so that as we get to the end of the project period, we at the district level and principals at the school level will have the information necessary to inform the decisions that we'll have to make about what investments have the greatest impact across the district and in individual school communities. Student success remains our top focus as we recover from the pandemic, of course. We've invested significant ESSER III funds to support student success in the short and long term. Our immediate interventions were aligned to student data trends, and we invested our longer term strategies toward equity, access to materials, supports, and resources. We know, we've discussed with this board before, Dr. Jara mentioned it, that we've got years of dedicated effort ahead of us to full recovery from the pandemic, and we'll continue to invest directly in our students and in the support they need to accelerate learning. Student achievement in English language arts was significantly impacted by the interrupted learning of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we expect it will take many years for students to gain the fundamental skills necessary to read on grade level. We are experiencing the first signs that investments to accelerate learning in English language arts are paying off, though. In last year, in 22-23, third grade reading proficiency rates on the Smarter Balance Assessment Consortium showed some slight improvement over the previous year in nearly all student groups. And on the ACT, 11th graders in most student groups showed some initial progress over the previous school year as well. Unfortunately, this trend isn't consistent at the middle school level, and overall, Smarter Balance Assessment Consortium results across the board reveal our students are still performing worse than they were before the pandemic. While some positive growth is being observed, it's still not fast enough to account for the interrupted learning from the pandemic period, and we're making numerous investments to that end. Immediate interventions, for example, include student supports in the Transformation Network schools, providing targeted high-quality Tier 2 instruction through reading skills centers, and providing for the 100% participation of teachers in professional learning opportunities to support implementation and improve instructional practices at those targeted schools. We anticipate long-term impact from our strategic decision to invest in a number of English language arts activities that would build capacity and create a stronger foundation for teaching literacy across the district. Investing significant funding for new curriculum and professional learning for teachers will pay dividends over time, ensuring that teaching and learning is science-based and that teachers advance their practice. As concerning trends emerged in mathematics performance, our teaching and learning leaders took action to recenter our focus on instruction and identify both immediate interventions and long-term investments to accelerate achievement in mathematics. Recently released student achievement results provide evidence in support of the district's theory that these investments in district-wide systems and structures would impact achievement. We observed an increase in mathematics proficiency rates on the SBAC in grades 3 through 8 in all student groups. While these results are still lagging behind pre-pandemic performance levels, they represent an indication that recovery is underway. With the decline in math proficiency rates back at the start of the pandemic, we had to provide an immediate solution that teachers could deploy and families could access. We chose best-in-class online programs that are fun and engaging, while also teach fundamental skills. These programs have been adopted system-wide and are now being deployed on a regular basis in classrooms all across the district, also providing home-to-school connections to support mathematics learning outside of school. In response to math achievement trends post-pandemic, we've invested significantly in the core academic functions of the district, including Tier 1 instructional materials, which are a critical component for teachers to use in the classroom to ensure all students receive high-quality, evidence-based instruction. K-12 math Tier 1 instructional materials were purchased for all schools and rolled out during the 2021-2022 school year using funding through an earlier round of pandemic relief, ESSER II. But to amplify this investment, we're using ESSER III funds to provide aligned mathematics professional learning to teachers of mathematics. Science continues to be an area of concern for the district, where proficiency rates have mostly stagnated post-pandemic. Poor quality instructional materials and large gaps in student understanding are contributing to declining post-pandemic student proficiency rates in science. We are investing in high-quality science instructional materials as well to provide students with relevant, meaningful, and challenging science learning opportunities in a way that low-quality materials cannot provide. The investment in high-quality science instructional materials is also investment in building our capacity to better support all students. This is an investment that has been greatly needed for many, many years, and we anticipate will pay dividends for many, many years to come. The social isolation and stress of the pandemic have contributed to concerning trends, as you know, in student mental health, wellness, and safety. We are observing some slightly positive trends in data like chronic absenteeism and students indicating their positive relationships at school, while other indicators related to student safety on the annual district-wide survey still remain troubling. With these trends in mind, we're prioritizing a range of supports for student wellness and to ensure more students are attending school regularly, that they feel supported and connected, and that they feel safe at school. We've implemented a number of immediate impact projects to support student health and wellness, including the deployment of mental health supports via the Panorama Student Wellbeing Survey, additional crisis response team personnel to support mental health intervention, consultation, and professional learning for schools and mental health, and support for the crisis alert system, which enables every staff member in the district to alert school administration and emergency and medical personnel for any incident that impedes the learning process at their individual school. In addition, implementation of a district-wide visitor management system will have long-term impacts, as a universal system can help shorten emergency response time and improve student and staff safety at schools across the district. Investments related to the teachers, principals, and staff priority area focus on recruitment and retention, both in the short and the long term. Immediate interventions in the form of retention bonuses and relocation incentives for the 22-23 school year were funded through ESSER III, and a variety of teacher pipeline and pathway initiatives are supporting recruitment and retention efforts by supporting teachers with research-based professional learning and literacy, providing tuition for teacher preparation programs, strengthening instructional and leadership practices of teachers who want to become teacher leaders, implementing a career advancement pathway for a diverse group of teachers via a master's degree program, and supporting pathways for our current support professional, paraprofessional, and long-term substitute staff to become licensed teachers. With the ramp down of the COVID-19 pandemic, the district has pivoted to areas of greater recovery and need, and will continue to reallocate funds from the COVID-19 mitigation priority area to support those urgent and long-term investment priorities. However, some investments that are still reflected in this area include our early PPE purchases, personal protective equipment, and also ongoing bus disinfecting and the visitor management system I spoke to earlier. From the release of the ESSER III funds to us, we've been partnering with our parents and the community, first to determine our spending priorities that would meet the pandemic impact needs, and then to provide learning acceleration and wraparound support through services provided by some trusted community partners. The impact of these investments are felt by the students participating in those programs. There are about, I think there are 9 community groups who are providing wraparound support and education acceleration experiences to our students. When we built the first ESSER III spending plan, our community played a vital role in determining those priorities. And through that iterative process, we learned a lot about how interested our community is in transparency and in the data across the district. And as such, our accountability team has built a new CCSD data dashboard tool, which you've all seen, I believe, that enables families and community members to better understand and act on our progress, which can be accessed at data.ccsd.net, supported by ESSER III funding. I talked earlier about how we're monitoring ESSER III investments throughout the spend period. We've relied on solid governance from the very beginning to ensure the impactful on-time investment of these unprecedented funds. We ensure spending of all ESSER III funds are aligned to district's guiding principles, and that all projects funded through this source are implemented with the utmost fidelity. We're diligently monitoring the implementation of ESSER III projects through a regular cycle that informs quarterly internal reviews of progress at the district leadership level, and quarterly progress reporting and monthly spending reporting to the public at future.ccsd.net. The ESSER III spending period is coming to a close in the next year. While the project accountability systems we implemented provide interim measures as a proxy to measuring the outcomes, the eventual impact of each investment, we know we need additional data to help us measure impact in the coming years and months to inform future investments. And to that end, we've engaged with an external evaluator to help us determine highest impact investments through an ARP ESSER III external evaluation. And finally, to further our focus on long-term pandemic strategy, we're embarking on a strategic planning update to coincide with the conclusion of the current strategic plan, Focus 2024. I do want to take the liberty to give you a little bit of insight into the accountability system that we implemented to provide a governance structure around this large investment in our kids. This system is generally how we set out to make sure the work we did was impacting kids positively throughout the spending period and well beyond. So we started with the end in mind, if you look at the right side of the slide, by identifying the outcomes we were working to achieve with our ESSER 3 allocation. This took place both globally at the district level in the form of a set of guiding principles and in a primary outcome statement related to prioritizing learning acceleration, educator supports, and long-term sustainability. And also at the implementation level, as project leads within departments identified formative indicators for each individual project, which they tracked and reported against quarterly. Through formal project management practices, we were able to engage in progress monitoring and reporting at the individual project level and across all investments. So how it works is project leads report progress through a tool that we built toward their measures and milestones quarterly. Their unit chiefs analyze the implementation progress and monitor for spending and compliance. And then as a result, that information allows district leadership to monitor measures and milestones in support of district strategy and our guiding principles and primary outcomes. We've implemented very specific review protocols for the executive team to utilize. That streamlines the review of the many projects, there are many, but also allows us to provide accountability, a level of shared ownership, and opportunities for course correction within and across projects. The information we have at our fingertips and the frequency at which we review these multiple levels have allowed us to revise our spending plan regularly and in a very systematic way. This system also allows for informed communication internally through our teams and externally to our district community. This system informs our ESSER 3 investments dashboard at future.ccsd.net that community members can use to view overall and individual project spending, as well as narrative information on what the project individually is trying to accomplish and the current status of that project. And it is also the core system that informed the annual use of funds report we are speaking about today. I spoke earlier about the spending decisions that we're going to have to be making at the district and school levels as the ESSER 3 funds conclude. In reality, we're in the middle of this decision-making work right now, with principals being asked to make preliminary budget decisions for the next school year, 24-25 school year, beginning in January. We've already had to determine at the district level how to support ongoing investments that further our core strategies broadly and equitably. We do have some advantages to support this decision-making, primarily that we strategically aligned our one-time ESSER projects to align with our core functions, but also that we've been the recipient of increased support from the state. We also have some disadvantages to face, primarily that several significant investments with long-term impacts are still time-bound. For example, the 7-year cycle for Tier 1 instructional materials adoption, and including the purchase and implementation of those instructional materials. When we start talking about principals making budgeting decisions for beginning in January about how to invest their strategic budget and their carry forward dollars on tools and services that proved effective to their individual school communities, they have some advantages and disadvantages as well. They have the ability to utilize carry forward dollars to support programs and services they've found impactful. And in some cases, we have impact data to provide to them related to some of the instructional programs that they may wish to continue. We know, though, that they still have to combat challenges such as continued staffing scarcity and the difficulty in hiring teachers. As these decisions are made in the coming months, we anticipate some potential impacts due to the ESSER cliff in the short term, such as elimination of some positions, discontinuation of some programs and support, and in the long term, those risks continue about not being able to support the high-cost curriculum investments that these federal relief dollars have made possible. So we're not done yet, obviously, but we can reflect on what we've been through so far. From where we were at the beginning of the pandemic in the 1920 school year, which felt a lot different than it feels now, through the implementation of ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 supported pandemic response and relief efforts, which both will be fully invested down to the penny, as a matter of fact. And as we close out the ARP ESSER spend and the district's 5-year strategic plan over the next year, we're looking forward to continued pandemic recovery and operationalizing the systems and resources we've been put in place over the last few years, thanks to the ESSER funding. We will very soon be experiencing the impact of our post-ESSER investment decisions and the return of our investment strategies to core education initiatives. Beyond that, though, continued recovery will be the shared responsibility of our entire community. We took on many education-adjacent responsibilities during the pandemic, such as access to mental health care systems and poverty mitigation, and we will rely heavily on our community partners and local leaders to take on some of that load. I look forward to continuing to share our progress and to furthering our district strategy to support CCSD students. And with that, I'd be very happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. At this time, colleagues, I'm going to begin with the individuals who are here in the boardroom, and then I'll take it up to the air with Ms. Trustee Williams. Colleagues, at this time, what questions do we have regarding the presentation? Trustee Zamora?
Hello. Testing, 1, 2. We got it. Hello. Thank you for the presentation, Kelly. I really appreciate it. I have 2 questions. The first question is the parent community support. How are we determining what that support is for our parents in our community?
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Larson Mitchell, the initial parent and community support was a very robust community input process where we pushed out a process to the community. They engaged, they led it themselves, they engaged in it themselves. We even had a panel or a committee of community members to take in the information that was coming in and synthesize it into a series of priorities.
The community, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, the Community Advisory Committee, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I was asking because I was actually part of that committee before joining the board, and just wanted to make sure that it was those responses. So my second question is part of that as well. It is, is there a way to continue following up with the committee members, because they were part of the community and doing the work on the ground and building those relationships with different parts of town, to continue, either giving updates or spreading out information about ESSER funds and everything?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, when we released the last annual report, we sent it directly to those members. A few of them we had a video call to walk it through. My plan is to send that out to all those who were engaged again, so that they have the answers right in front of them and don't have to go seek it out.
Are we able to also give them the guidance of, hey, because some of them were part of collecting the survey questions, of still having their own community conversations?
Madam President, members of the board, Trustee Zamora, we could consider it.
Okay. I think they're good allies.
Great feedback, Trustee Zamora. Definitely, as we embark on the work with the Council of Great City Schools in this upcoming year and the community engagement process, I think it may be really valuable to see what crossover exists, especially as we enter kind of a fiscal cliff, using the feedback that we get from community to inform strategy and continued requests for support from the community. Trustee Guzman?
Thank you. Am I good? Okay, you can hear me. Great. Thank you for this presentation, because I know I have been bugging you about it. I really appreciate it because in the community I've heard that we haven't spent our money, and so I appreciate seeing that we are at 89%. Did I get that correct? Because I do talk to my community.
That's correct.
Okay, great. And there are a couple of things that I wanted to ask you about. One is the technology, the one-to-one. The students all received it at the same time, right? So are they the technology that we are going to have age out? Are we going to have funding to continue that, or are we going to rely on parents?
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Larson Mitchell, Trustee Guzman's great question. Being a parent myself, that is one of the decisions that we've made. We will be continuing not quite the same level of support, but a level of support to further the one-to-one or continue the one-to-one initiative across the district.
Great. And then the other question that I had to do with the visitor management system. This is the first time that I've keyed in. I'm sure you've presented it before, but is this like the DADS in schools, or is this a specific system that our parents can be a part of?
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Larson Mitchell, Trustee Guzman, it's not that. It's a technology system that it would replace some schools. When people come into the front office, we'll have you sign a piece of paper, and then you can go along your merry way. Some schools have computer systems with stickers that they print out for you. This would be a district-wide system that would be common across all schools, but would also connect with the district centrally. There's some connection with police services to connect with emergency management, see who's where, things like that.
Great, thank you. And then the last question that I have has to do with the investments that we've made and the schools determining what they will keep and what they won't keep. Who's going to monitor that?
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Larson Mitchell, Trustee Guzman, the schools have autonomy within their school budgets, as we know. What we will provide to schools in their strategic budget guidance that goes out to them at the beginning of January is a listing of the things that we have determined to support at the district level for them. They then will need to engage with purchasing processes and things like that to determine which services, supports, positions they will want to continue. Those are existing processes that they'll do, nothing fancy. Existing controls will be used to monitor purchases and things like that. There are some things that we will need to work out related to making sure that schools are getting equitable contracts from vendors and things like that. All those kinds of things we'll be working out in the coming months.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I had a few questions. Thank you for the presentation. I know that's hard. Got to keep drinking that water there, but I appreciate it. I wanted to ask you first about we were talking about our investments, and we were talking about the math successes, and I was wondering if there were any particular things with our math successes that we could generalize across the curriculum, like such as the stagnation that we have in science.
Madam President, members of the board, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell. This is our third year of implementing our Tier 1 instructional materials in mathematics, elementary level, Envision 2020, middle school level, Carnegie Math. I really feel that is a contributing factor to the success that we've seen. Of course, we know the number one school-based variable for improving student outcomes is the teacher. But we've provided those Tier 1 instructional materials that are evidence-based for our teachers to use, and we've provided professional learning to help them and job-embedded professional learning for them to implement those Tier 1 instructional materials. So that is an extreme asset that we've had to improving student outcomes.
Thank you so much for that. And I've had a lot of questions from constituents who have taken the time to look at the reference materials and are going, what's going on, over here. We're doing so well over here. So I thank you for that elaboration. A couple of other quick ones. I'll try to go fast here. On our investments in the retention efforts with our educators, what would you say has been the most successful?
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Larson Mitchell, Trustee Cavazos, that's really hard to quantify. Our human resources team has been taking an every angle possible approach, overlapping with retention activities that the teaching and learning team has taken on, from, as I said, retention bonuses to relocation incentives to making sure that teachers feel well supported in terms of professional learning, and have the ability for career progression and teacher leadership and things like that. So it's difficult to say at this stage which of those investments has been the most impactful. However, I'm hopeful that our external evaluation that has recently begun on the students' success side will also give us some of the answers aligned with the things that we've done related to the teachers, principals, and staff priority area and those things, so that we can have some sort of data that will tell us which of these things has been the most impactful, and which of these things we should try to prioritize funding in the future. That's the very question that we had related to teacher investments for our external evaluator. So I'm hopeful that we'll get the answer to that question with that report.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, because I think that sometimes between ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, we, as far as keeping recruitment, retention, and all of these things separate, I know that there has been positive, trying to look at my little note here, there has been positive response as far as the transparency, what is it, future dot, how does it go? On that site, the transparency site. And
wonderful to hear. Thank you.
So that has been good. Last question, real quickly. On the mental health investment, on crisis response, I know that I think you were including in your report that we were able to add some additional staffers as far as that goes on. And I've asked this question before, so I know Dr. Barton and other people probably go, oh, Cavazos again. But what is our ability to follow up? We've had some very, very sad and unfortunate incidents in recent weeks. What is our capacity right now for following up after crisis response does their first response? Because I've had some comments, and some have been very positive, some have been kind of in the middle, some have been not so good.
Madam President, members of the board, Trustee Cavazos, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell. Our crisis response team in the district is amazing, and they respond to every crisis. They go directly to our schools, our sites, when support is needed. Also, our administrators, licensed personnel, teachers, our counselors, our social workers, all staff, assist and wrap their arms around our students and our staff when trauma occurs. And so the crisis response team is there, with guidance from the principal of what is needed at each school to ensure that follow-up happens, and then that follow-up also at the school site.
Thank you so much, Dr. Larson Mitchell. I didn't mean to imply that they weren't amazing, because they are. But I mostly get complaints and questions about the follow-up, not about the initial response. I get very good, constituent feedback about them being there, being able to talk to students both individually and in groups. But then there seems to be kind of some lag. So I was very happy to hear that we had added some staff members. So thank you for that elaboration. Thank you, Kelly.
Trustee Brooks, do you have any questions at this time? Trustee Williams, do you have any questions at this time?
No, I don't have any questions. Just thank you guys for the report. I always enjoy getting them.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Brooks?
Thank you, Madam President. A couple of questions. Prior to the federal government giving us this infusion of cash, which allowed us to purchase district-wide instructional materials, when was the last time that was something that the district was able to invest in from state funding?
Madam President, members of the board, Trustee Brooks, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell. Based on my experience in the Curriculum and Professional Development Division, I want to link back to approximately 2012, where I believe it was elementary social studies materials that we purchased district-wide elementary school.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think a lot of times people don't really think about how necessary it is to have consistency in a school district where you have like a 50% transiency rate of kids entering or leaving a school any given year. And I think that's an investment that's definitely going to get us there, but it's going to take several years. And we have to stick it out. It is an investment worth continuing. Having watched the recent interim finance committee meeting, it did seem like the state had a problem with their spend down. Did the district experience similar, and what were some challenges you had when it came to actually spending this money?
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Larson Mitchell, Trustee Brooks, Kelly Kowal-Paul for the record. I don't think I've said that yet today. We have not experienced significant challenges in the spend down. In fact, I'm quite proud that we've been ahead of schedule the entire time from when we first received the funds. I can't impress on you enough how much work the team across central office has been doing with this horrid accountability system that they're forced to participate in. But it really has given us information at our fingertips that we've never had before. It really does allow us to have fruitful conversations at the executive level, make decisions about changes, make sure everything's going according to plan, and if not, to change course. And as a result, we haven't experienced many of the challenges that others have, truly.
Thank you. So in layman's terms, when you said that there's 89% of the district's fund, that how much money do we expect the district to revert back to the federal government?
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Larson Mitchell, Trustee Brooks, Kelly Kowal-Paul for the record, we expect to revert $0.
Thank you. I want to thank you for your work. I don't think the district gets enough credit for the amount of effort this is. Like, there's so many projects, there's so many moving parts, and I love the fact that you have been transparent. The information is there. You can't force people to access it, but it is available. I really, really appreciate the accountability and oversight component. I think you have very closely monitored this. I love the fact the district's willing to have an external evaluator come in. I think that's an extra step. I think the public should request that of others. I think that could be something that would be very insightful. So I appreciate your work. I appreciate your effort. I know that you don't get thanked enough, and I want to give you my gratitude.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
There is, and if there's no one else,
Mr. Brooks, yes, no other questions. Let's go ahead and take it away.
Take it away. And with that, I would like to make a motion to approve this item.
Thank you very much, Trustee Brooks. I see Trustee Guzman's hand in the queue.
Thank you. I'd like to second.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Brooks, a second by Trustee Guzman. Please raise your paddle to cast your vote. Okay. Trustee Williams?
Aye.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Colleagues, that motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Kelly Kowal-Paul. KP? Thank you, KP. All right. KK. All right, colleagues. Thank you very much. Let's move on to item 3.02, Focus 2024 Strategic Plan Update, Career and Technical Education, International Baccalaureate and Magnet Schools. This is an action item, so before I move on, I want to give our audience a chance to submit their public speaker cards. We do not have members who signed up in advance for this item. It does not appear that we have any yellow cards as submitted. Dr. Larson Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Brenda Larson Mitchell for the record. So yes, this is a presentation action item on Focus 2024, looking at our career and technical education, international baccalaureate, and magnet schools. You will see a lot of green in this report. We are headed in the right direction. We know there's a lot of work still to do, but we are headed in the right direction. Again, on behalf of Dr. Jara, just would like to extend our appreciation to our educators and our staff for the amazing work that they are doing alongside of our students. Very appreciative.
Dr. Barton, welcome. I am going to give you the freedom and liberty to just jump in whenever there are questions. I know we have a tendency to go back and forth sometimes to give you the green light, but mics are delayed, so just know you can dive in.
Understand. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell, this evening, again, we're providing a Focus 2024 update regarding CTE, International Baccalaureate, and Magnet Schools. Joining me this evening will be Ms. Gia Moore and also Ms. Cheryl Colgan. So as a refresher, trustees, this is aligned to Focus 2024 student success, access, and equity. We know that this has been provided to the trustees in several public forums all the way back to 2019. We reported December of 19 and December of last year. As we look at the theory of action related to this work, I know that you've seen this before in several presentations with some of the high leverage work that's happening regarding high school pathways, but our theory of action to move these numbers in the right direction and show this green is that if schools are better equipped to assist and support students to make those informed decisions, and we monitor centrally those tightly monitored course enrollment processes, CTE completion rates in high skill, high wage, and in-demand pathways and participation in advanced coursework will ultimately increase. So what are some of the high leverage strategies that were highlighted in Focus 2024? Identifying and using retention strategies for B&I licensed teachers so that high skill and high demand courses are taught by content experts in level 1, 2, and 3 CTE courses. And I know Ms. Moore will likely review for you the change that has occurred with a completer status and how it's shifted from level 3 to now level 2. Also, expanding opportunities for all students, align CTE course offerings to community and state economic needs in middle and high schools. We have robust partnerships with Workforce Connections, Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, and others to ensure that we're actually aligning to the 10-year trajectory regarding job growth and job need in Southern Nevada. And then finally, the other strategy to close out that was highlighted in Focus 2024 was to implement and start allowing kindergarten classes for elementary magnet schools. Before Focus 2024, the district strategic plan, that was not the case, and we'll provide an update on that this evening as well. So, Madam President, with your permission, I will turn it over to Ms. Moore to highlight some of the data for you this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Barton, and good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell. With my first data point that I will cover this morning, or this evening rather, excuse me, is our enrollment in high skill and high demand programs of study. And so while we did not meet this goal, I think perspective is important. So our target was 83,000 when this baseline was set. Our actual is 66,888. But again, some perception or perspective rather is important. Since the inception of Focus 2024, CTE high skill and high demand programs have adapted to emerging industries, state workforce needs, and gaps in the labor market. And we'll continue to monitor and work with these economic development partners to seek guidance on our course offerings. And so when the baseline was set for this data point, our workforce needs were very different. And we also, I know we all know this, experienced a definite shift in terms of our workforce needs as a result of COVID. And I wanted to provide an update. As early as this morning, I received an updated report from GoEd regarding what the in-demand occupations were, an updated revised version of that. So we're constantly receiving updated information, but we're working really diligently to ensure that our programs that we are offering at our schools align with those needs. So before I delve specifically into this data as it relates to career and technical education, I want to highlight that we've engaged in a number of strategies over the last few years that have contributed to the success I'm about to illustrate. First and foremost, we've engaged in strategic work with our schools regarding master schedules and finding areas where we can increase access to our CTE programs, specifically that align with our state workforce needs. We have also set accompanying SMART goals that we have an accountability system for with our schools, and we set those collaboratively with our schools and their region leadership. So when we're looking at the success here, that really is a result of that collaborative work that's happening with us in our schools. and really that strategic work that's happening with our business partners to make sure that there's relevance. So when our students enroll in these courses, they know that they have some perspective about what those job prospects are, and we're providing that accompanying training for our students. So this data set illustrates enrollment by female students in level 2 CTE programs. This number has increased as a result of the strategies implemented at the school level to ensure that students are completing their course sequence. So that's been part of our strategic work. It really also has to do a lot about us changing our vocabulary in terms of not calling these courses electives, but they are career pathways. So some just, simple change in our vocabulary about how we are calling these programs really has helped shift that mindset of what these programs are and the benefits thereof. Our next data point is enrollment by male students in level 2 CTE programs. Our target was 10,929 and our actual is 19,913. Again, we're also seeing positive results in our enrollment by male students in our level 2 CTE courses and have met and exceeded those enrollments in all of our subgroups. So as we move on to our next metric, which is enrollment by female students in level 3 CTE programs, we've also exceeded our target enrollment. Our target was 4,767. Our actual is 13,127. But I want to pause and just provide a reminder, and Dr. Barton alluded to that briefly as he began the presentation, that our programs are transitioning from 3-year to 2-year pathways. So we are, in the next 2 years, we hope to have included that phase out of our 3-year to 2-year pathways. And lastly, for our male students in level 3 programs of study, we have exceeded all of our targets. Our target was 5,071 and our actual enrollment was 12,306. So really proud of that work and our collaboration that has been occurring over the last few years with our schools. So our next data point here is completion rates of career and technical education programs of study. So this data point illustrates students that have completed a course sequence. So while we're headed on a very good trajectory, work still needs to be done in ensuring that students are completing that program sequence. This data point illustrates that that students have completed their program sequence, which is 70.3%. And we've made gains over the last couple of years due to more strategic encouragement of students to complete their sequence and the implementation of 2-year pathways. It allows our students the ability to still explore programs, something that we should be encouraging with our students, without committing to 3 years. They can ultimately complete a sequence and enroll in another CTE program if they feel something else that they might be better suited for, and complete that as well. And so we're finding in this transition from 3-year to 2-year pathways, our schools are implementing this in different ways, but very positive ways. So again, giving students an opportunity to maybe change course and decide to go down a different pathway, which we think is important. Also, schools are building these out to be more 4-year programs, so students can be a double completer in a CTE program, which is great. They can also take complementary courses that align with those CTE programs of study, or they can enroll in dual enrollment. And as you saw in our previous presentation on dual enrollment, we've increased enrollment in that significantly as a result of that alignment with our CTE programs. States differ in terms of their metrics of success. However, I want to point out that we regularly collaborate with our National Association for Career and Technical Education. So we just engaged in that professional learning opportunity a couple of weeks ago. And then we also are very active in our State Association for CTE. So always trying to keep a pulse on the work and the trends and the good things that are happening in CTE. So in terms of our challenges, successes, and lessons learned, I'll highlight some of these pieces. Again, we've really gained a lot of momentum in this work, and we feel like we're definitely headed in a positive trajectory. Some of our challenges still continue to be strategically placing students in CTE pathways, providing more early guidance and engagement and opportunities for students in middle school. So we just concluded a couple of weeks ago a career exploration week where students were engaged in career exploration activities. So we're just trying to be more mindful about expanding those horizons for our students so they have a better perspective on what those options are once they get into high school. Some other items are making sure that we hire highly qualified CTE instructors, system-wide awareness of what high skill, high demand, and high wage areas or programs of study are. So that's a continuous conversation that we're having with our schools. And then to optimize practices of teachers to promote completion of CTE programs of study. So in terms of our successes, I've highlighted a few of them, but every CCSD high school has CTE programs of study. So that's really important. All of our students have an opportunity to engage in a high quality CTE program. Our strong partnerships with industry and higher education institutions has been really key. They help us guide our curriculum and provide opportunities and experiences for our students. Our schools are aligning their core coursework to CTE pathways. I think that's really important to add in that relevance and to ensure that our students, once they complete high school with us, that there are no barriers for them. So they've been enrolled in that appropriate coursework so they can continue along with their education seamlessly and hopefully not as painful when you go on to college. So trying to alleviate that a little bit. And then our secondary master schedule monitoring timeline that we implemented with our schools to ensure that there's equity in our approach to make sure that all students have a schedule, for example, by the time that they start school and that there's no gaps. And then, as I highlighted, our individual principal advanced coursework monitoring conferencing, which we just concluded last month. And I have to pause on that. I think that's been really the single factor, and I think I highlighted this in our last presentation as well, about really just having really mindful conversations with our schools and taking a look at their master schedules on where we can identify those gaps and increase access for our students. We provide schools with a lot of data to give them an idea of what their students are interested in. So it's been very fruitful work for us. In terms of our lessons learned, schools must determine ways to pair CTE pathways that are not high skill, high demand, and high wage. So for example, if you're going to offer a culinary arts or a fashion design program, we're really encouraging them to also enroll in a business program as well. And now that we have those 2-year pathways, we have a great opportunity to do that and make those programs a little bit more robust. And then prioritizing our efforts to recruit and retain high quality CTE teachers. Our teachers that teach in our CTE programs mostly have a business and industry license. So they're all coming out of business and industry. So their background is a little bit different sometimes in the pathway going into a traditional educational pathway. So making sure that we're providing the supports that they need. And then funding for the programs should prioritize high skill, high wage, and high demand career pathways. And then lastly, initiating focus groups. We have had some focus groups with our students, but continuing to do that work. And we've gotten a lot of great feedback from those students. Actually, one of the things that prompted us to do the Career Exploration Week was really some feedback that we received from a student focus group that we had at East Career and Technical Academy. So our students always give us very honest perspective on things and give us great ideas for how we can improve. So lastly, in terms of our next steps, I kind of mentioned some of these pieces, but our secondary master schedule monitoring timeline put into place in November. We just wrapped up our individual principal monitoring conferences. And then being consistent in terms of our utilization of our ad hoc reports. This is the report that we're using PSAT data to identify students that may not have otherwise have had an opportunity to engage in advanced level coursework. So that's been very critical in terms of reaching more students. Utilizing a process for adding or closing CTE programs. We also just concluded that process. So as a way to make sure that we are still aligning with our high skill, high demand programs of study, our schools, we go through a process where they gain approval to either add or phase out a CTE program. And so we have good conversations about that and making sure that we're maximizing high quality programming for our students that will actually benefit them. And then lastly, we'll we'll be monitoring student enrollment and identifying those gaps all through the start of the school year to make sure that all of our students have an opportunity to engage in the CTE programming or other advanced level coursework. So with that, Madam President, with your permission, I would like to pass the remainder of the presentation over to Ms. Cheryl Colgan.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Larson Mitchell. Cheryl Colgan for the record. The International Baccalaureate Diploma Program is a highly rigorous college and career preparatory program offered to students in grades 11 through 12 at 5 high schools across the Clark County School District. For students to earn the full diploma, students must earn passing scores across 6 different content areas. In addition, they must also satisfactorily complete core requirements in their extended essay, theory of knowledge course, and community action and service plans. While we have not achieved our target diploma program pass rate, we have identified several areas for growth, which I will touch upon later in the presentation. The International Baccalaureate Organization and many of our comparable districts do not publish their diploma pass rate scores, so at this time we don't have that information for you. However, we can discuss some of the challenges that our schools have. One challenge faced in all of our IB schools is the growth of dual enrollment in advanced placement courses. While the growth in these programs has been phenomenal, it does present a challenge to attract students to a program which requires them to take rigorous coursework across 6 higher education level courses, in addition to those extra program requirements that I mentioned in the previous slides. Additionally, it has been a challenge to communicate the advantages and benefits of the IB program to families. I would like to highlight some of the successes in the IB program as well. At 4 out of the 5 of our IB high schools, they have recently continued to grow their programs by adding the career-related program to their offerings. In the career-related program, they still have to take diploma-level courses, but they use that in combination with the CTE pathway to take that advanced coursework. Additionally, we have leveraged Title IV funds to pay for IB exams, helping to remove barriers to completion of the program for our students. Along the way, we have learned some valuable lessons. We must continue to find ways to support our educators in receiving and implementing professional learning specific to their IB programs. This extends beyond the diploma program and the career-related program to our other programs of study, which include the middle years program and the primary years program. We must also expand opportunities for collaboration amongst our teachers, including vertical articulation between those programs so that we can improve the continuum from one level to the next. In terms of next steps, in order to improve outcomes in the IB program, we have outlined several key pieces. It is imperative that all educators in the IB program have access to attend the required IB professional learning. As has been best practice, IB is also included in discussions regarding the master schedule timeline that Ms. Moore has referred to. We will continue to organize enrollment data and exam ordering to ensure all students have access to program completion, as well as support schools in their monitoring process, which occurs every 5 years for them to maintain their IB authorization. Once assessment data is available, schools will continue to analyze the results and identify areas for improvement. And finally, we will use that data to develop a professional learning plan for the district to ensure that our schools are focused on targeted growth for all enrolled students. I also have the pleasure this evening of sharing with you an update on our magnet schools. We are proud to share that we have exceeded our target enrollment in kindergarten magnet programs. Our magnet programs continue to be highly sought after programs in the district. As this goal is specific to Clark County, we don't have data from other districts to compare on this particular measure. While we are pleased that we have exceeded our enrollment goals for kindergarten magnet programs, it does not come without its challenges. We continue to have limitations with respect to space and facilities for our schools. It is also challenging to find ways to communicate with families about the availability of kindergarten programs when they are not already part of the school district. So we continue to try to innovate and find ways that we can reach all of our families to reach that goal of making sure that everyone is aware of the opportunities that are available to them. Finally, our educators continue to need professional development in order to learn how to integrate the magnet theme into their kindergarten programs. We have many additional successes to highlight with our magnet programs. We have received positive community feedback regarding the improved continuity of programming and the fact that students don't have to change schools from the pre-K to K to first grade level in many instances. We have increased the likelihood also for families to be able to keep their students in one building instead of spread out across multiple buildings. Recently, we were awarded approximately $14.9 million through the Magnet Schools Assistance Program grant, which is allowing us to open and convert 2 new magnet programs in the district. And our current enrollment of underrepresented ethnicities in kindergarten magnet seats surpasses the district's overall kindergarten enrollment rates for student groups. Of course, we have lessons learned. Demand continues to exceed the number of available seats in our programs, and because of that, we as a district must continue to think about and innovate so that we are continuing to offer options to our families to keep them engaged in our schools. Our next steps for the magnet program, we are proud to say that we have successfully launched our Magnet Schools application earlier this fall, and we continue to monitor applications. We hosted 2 large choice fairs, one in October, another in December, in addition to numerous parent workshops throughout the district to ensure, again, that all families have an opportunity to be aware of the options they have within Clark County School District. We will continue to monitor and analyze application data to identify schools in need of additional marketing and support, and we'll continue to fill seats until that 10th day of the school year of 24-25. So we will make sure every last seat that we can fill, we will fill with applicants. With that, and your permission, Madam President, I would like to turn it back over to Dr. Burt.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell. That does conclude our presentation. The team stands ready to address any questions you have this evening.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Barton. Colleagues, at this time, I'd like to ask you to raise your paddle to ask questions. Trustee Guzman.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. I just have a couple of questions. One has to do with changing the career pathways from 3 years to 2 years. I just want to know the communication methods. I love it. I'm not, criticizing. I just want to know the communication method that was used to inform parents.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Gia Moore for the record. So this has been a multi-year process. I believe the actual process began in 2017. So that was a lot of strategic work that was being had at the state in order to identify the most seamless, painless way to be able to make this significant transition. So just for some perspective, we have about 70 programs, 70 CTE program offerings. So every single one of those has to go through a curriculum overhaul, if you will, to be able to convert those to 2-year pathways. It's also been a strategic effort with our higher education partners, our state partners, business and industry. So it's been a very long time and a lot of work that has gone into doing this. In terms of the pathway conversion, the state has been a good partner in terms of providing that professional learning in schools. So our state CTE office has provided some listening sessions. They provided some professional learning for our schools as we make this transition. And then, as I referred to earlier, with our master scheduling meetings, we work with schools on making sure that that transition is seamless. And then we're monitoring
enrollment in those courses to make sure that schools are keeping along that continuum and offering the correct courses in that sequence. So in terms of our students, I think part of the recruiting methodology that we have for CTE pathways is that now it's a 2-year pathway. So it's not a 3-year pathway. So if you decide that you don't like it, you find something else that sparks your interest, we just ask that you complete this because you're still going to get a great benefit out of it. But now you also have an opportunity to complete something else. So that's been huge for us. I think that's been probably the biggest benefit in terms of the 3-year pathways. It's also given us access to, because sometimes if students are unaware of opportunities, what was happening with the 3-year pathways, by the time that they actually realized that these courses were an option for them, it was too late for them to be a completer. So now we've increased that access. So I think it's been multi-tiered in terms of how we've rolled this out, but we still have a couple more years in that phase in of the 2-year pathways. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. And just one more on the career pathways. On our consent agenda, we approved the partnership participation agreement between the Clark County School District and the Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. Is that going to be part of our CTE program?
Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell, GMOR for the record, Trustee Guzman, that is part of our construction technology program. So they've been great partners that helps us infuse the curriculum that's needed, so then they are prepared to be eligible to participate in that trade union.
Great, thank you. And then I just have one more question, because Basic High School is part of the IB program. And so I'm wondering if they are also having problems with dual enrollment as a challenge.
Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell, GMOR for the record, I think that all schools in our conversations with them are trying to figure out how to best balance IB with CTE and advanced placement and those kinds of things. Specific to Basic, I think that they're trying to be really strategic in terms of offering their IB program with the CTE program. So they added on a few years back their career-related IB program. So as Ms. Colgan mentioned, that is, they're taking IB coursework along with completing a CTE pathway. So I think in that instance, they're really trying to figure out how to bring their program offerings together, but I wouldn't say that dual enrollment is necessarily a barrier for their IB program.
Great, thank you so much.
Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. Just first, congratulations, you guys. When you said green, it's green. I'm so grateful to see that we are moving in the right direction. I know it's taking small steps, but congratulations, Dr. Barton, Ms. Moore, for your team. So my question has to do with, you mentioned the increased partnership with business and industry, and I definitely have seen that collaboration happen with this leadership. My question to you is, in this region, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a new CTE that may be opening in 2025. And if you can talk about what are the CTE courses that will be aligning to the industry demands for where we're headed in the future?
Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Bustamante Adams. So thank you for the question. So we're really excited about offering another career and technical academy at the South CTA. So that will be located near the Raiders training facility, St. Rose Parkway. Specifically, it is Star and Gillespie. So that's where the school will be. We actually started work on that school in terms of the programming back in 2017, 2018. And so when we began the work in terms of determining how we were going to program that school, we were working with economic development groups, Workforce Connections, Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, and then business and industry out in that area. So Haas, for an example, that was one of our partners that we were consulting. And so what we determined was that there are programs that, again, that we really need in Southern Nevada. So one of those has to do with green energy. So it's an energy technologies program. We just opened the first in the state at Northeast CTA. So we're trying to replicate some of those options to increase access for students because of the only one currently that has that program. In addition to that, we'll be offering computer science, cybersecurity. We're also going to be offering a teaching and training program there, so they will have an on-site pre-K or kindergarten, a business management program, and then a sports entertainment marketing program. We felt that the proximity to the Raiders training facility would give students a lot of opportunity for engagement in that. So that's just a profile of some of the courses or programs of study that we'll be offering at that new school. We're really excited to expand those opportunities.
Awesome. And my last question, Madam President, if you wanted to take your relationships and your collaboration to another level when it comes to business and industry, what would that look like? I mean, you guys have pushed the bar, and bravo for the accomplishments. What could it be in the next level?
Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Bustamante Adams, that's a great question. I think I spoke at a workforce summit that we just had a couple of days ago, and I was asked a similar question, and I think it's really just trying to expand the knowledge to our business and industry partners of these wonderful programs that we're offering. I think sometimes that there's a disconnect in terms of what's happening and what's really happening, and we offer these wonderful programs where students are leaving with industry recognized credentials and certifications, and so just bridging that gap of knowledge of these are the kinds of wonderful things that we're doing. But I think beyond that, what keeps our students in these CTE programs are their ability to be able to engage in opportunities and experiences where they can see that relevance. So internship opportunities, job shadowing. We never ask for things, we ask for opportunities, so apprenticeships. So just expanding those opportunities for our students to be able to engage in those, it really just helps change the trajectory of our kids' lives. When they can be able to engage earlier and get in the ground level and start to be in a high wage job earlier, that's a huge win for all of us in our state, in our community. So just getting more opportunities like that for our kids.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bustamante Adams. I want to take a note of privilege here again to plug our work with the Council of Great City Schools as we prepare to embark on goal setting with the community. I think that as we're seeing like success in some specific areas, if there's a continued appetite from the community to continue to expand and grow, like we can move in that direction if that is the will of the board, right, to help monitor and measure these type of successes for the district through our role in governance. Trustee Cavazos, I believe that you are in the queue next.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, thank you, Dr. Barton, Ms. Moore, and Ms. Kagan. Wait a minute, I think I said your name wrong. Kogan? Sorry about that. For an excellent report. Love the green, love to get good news, and thank you for your continued and strategic work in this area. I just want to say words matter, and as a former language arts teacher, I'm thrilled to hear the change from electives to career pathways. That was really, really good. I had a question about the focus groups. I'm so glad to hear that we're continuing to listen to our students. In the future, what would more of our community focus groups look like? What do you anticipate?
Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Cavazos, I think where we had our most beneficial student group, focus group, was when we had students from all different kinds of schools. So in our last focus group that we had students from Moapa Valley and Virgin Valley and some of the career tech academies, as well as our comprehensive high schools. And it was really great to see how they came together, where they were from very different experiences, but there were a lot of common things that they identified of ways to improve. So the aim of our last focus group was really, how can we improve on getting students to understand what these opportunities are? And so a lot of their suggestion was we just need to have more experiences at the middle school level. And so we're doing some strategic work around that. We have some pilot programs where we're trying to align student career exploration activities with their feeder high schools. We're doing some work at the state to revamp our middle school CTE curriculum. So I think a lot of good things came out of that. But I think in the future, our focus groups just need to have students from all different kinds of schools and giving us those perspectives. And then we need to do them more frequently too. And so we're engaging in some additional focus groups at the moment. We are going to be reporting on our comprehensive local needs assessment to the state for our CTE programs. And so that's a big piece. We're doing some surveys right now, meeting with students, meeting with our stakeholders just to get an idea of what we can do better.
Thank you so much. I love the idea of having the students interacting with the community and the feedback and putting that all together. I think it's been very, very successful. One other just very brief question. I was really liking what you said about pairing the pathways. And I think that sometimes when parents have kids, they're saying, well, we're not going to go into something that's a really high paying or high demand job. And I think you used the examples of cosmetology and fashion design. So I wonder if you could tell me a little bit how, and then you said that maybe that might be paired with a business course to ensure that they're going to be successful. What does that process look like? Is it through their counselors, or how does that work?
Sure, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Cavazos. So that work has been happening in our master scheduling meetings that I outlined. So it's really about taking a look at their master schedules, looking at what their offerings are, and then to see how they're building out their pathways now that we are under a conversion from 3-year to 2-year pathways. So our encouragement to schools is don't just have a 2-year pathway, really think about it as a 4-year opportunity. So building it out so students do have that opportunity if they want to continue on. So it's really about just having those conversations. And then we've also engaged our counselors. So MGM has been a really great partner on giving tours for our counselors to some of their facilities. I mean, they have basically every aspect of CTE, I feel like, that we offer. So they've been really good partners with that. But we've been taking our counselors out to these opportunities. So MGM, we took them to a company called Nectar that has a really great business model. It's a very inclusive business model and really positive work environment. So we're just trying to get them to see things that you may not otherwise have known about, even though they're right in our backyard. So just expanding those horizons, and then hopefully that's helping change that conversation that they're having with their students the more that they see what those opportunities are.
Thank you so much. I just really appreciate that, and the way that this work has really given a different perspective to our students, to where they do not feel, and I've talked to a lot of these students, where they no longer feel that I'm taking a lesser pathway, or this is something that's not going to be as good as going into something that's like an 8-year educational pathway, but that it's just as good, but that our pairing is giving them those extra skills to be successful. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation, team. I really appreciate it. I have one question and one comment. My first question is for the ELL and special education on the career and tech. The target number was just not an A, and I was wondering for 24-25 if we will have numbers, or there's going to be a cap for those numbers.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Zamora. At the time that Focus 2024 was developed, that student group, or those student groups, there was not a baseline number established. So definitely that can be in the conversation for the next phase of planning for a strategic plan, including baseline numbers. But at the time when we developed the plan as an organization, those metrics were not provided for those student groups.
And then my comment is for the magnet schools. The 2 magnet fairs that we just had, they were amazing, and it was really comforting and exciting to see the positivity we had around that. It was actually really interesting to see them in Facebook groups and other parents encouraging other parents to join and participate. And I really think the time frame you all even did, it seemed like a very long time, but I think it gave different families opportunities to show up in whatever time frame they were. So thank you for that. That was amazing.
Thank you, Trustee Zamora. Trustee Brooks. Trustee Williams.
No, I'm glad that you guys are here. I like these presentations, so I really appreciate you always coming here and answering our questions. But thank you so much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. As we continue to, before we move on and take a vote on this item, I want to also echo my unending support to your team, Dr. Barton, for this work. I also want to applaud the board for their commitment to continue to receive updates on the strategic plan. We, as a year and a half ago, when we developed the monitoring schedule to help us determine, monitor the progress of our district, we made a conscious choice to include specific updates, and this was one of them. So just really thankful to my colleagues who had continued to have the vision to see this work forward and continue to invest in some of the great work that's happening in our school district. There's a lot of light, green light specifically. Thank you for showing that to us today. Thank you. So colleagues, at this time, there's no more comments, I believe, questions. We're going to go ahead and request a vote. No, oh, forgive me. There is no public comment at this time. Trustee Zamora? Oh, Trustee Bustamante Adams?
Thank you, Madam President. I move to accept the report from this team. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bustamante Adams. Trustee Zamora?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Trustee Zamora. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Bustamante Adams and a second by Trustee Zamora. Please cast your vote. Trustee Williams?
Aye.
Thank you, colleagues. That motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much, Dr. Barton and team. Dr. Barton, you're going to hang out with us for another round. Love it. Thank you. Colleagues, we're going to move on to item 3.03. This item is also an action item, Focus 24 Strategic Plan Update on Student Discipline. And because this is an action item, I want to remind the audience that if they'd like to provide public comment on this item, that they need to submit yellow cards. They will be able to hear, once we begin the presentation, we will no longer take yellow public comment cards. After that, we're going to go ahead and hear the presentation and then take public comment. Okay, we're going to close public comment and move on to the presentation. Dr. Larson Mitchell.
Thank you, President. Madam President, members of the board, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell. This is also a presentation in alignment with Focus 2024, focusing on student discipline. During the presentation, you will see that we have made an overall reduction in suspensions and discretionary expulsions. Again, a lot of work to continue to do, especially within the disproportionality of student groups. So at this time, with your permission, President, I'll turn it over to Dr. Barton.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell. This evening, again, a presentation on Focus 2024 student discipline. This is related to student success, safety, and engagement as aligned to the vision of the Board of School Trustees. We've come to the board several times to present this data on suspensions and discretionary expulsions all the way back to September, and the last presentation was on September 14th of 2023 when we did a cumulative report for last school year. The theory of action, trustees, is that if we effectively implement MTSS, again, a policy that you've adopted as a board to promote each student's academic achievement, social emotional growth, and behavioral development with effective monitoring tools, student discipline will decrease. Some of the high leverage strategies that are part of the work and part of the Focus 2024 plan include the use of a comprehensive data dashboard. Again, thank you for the work from RC for a lot of that helps the tools and the action happen at our schools and centrally. Increase partnerships to expand mental health, to again get to the root cause of the antecedent of behaviors, but having that mental health ecosystem to help us as a system is one of our key levers. Also, the Clark County School District, or Clark County School Justice Partnership, restorative practices, the use of those have assisted with the metrics that you'll see this evening. And then knowing that you're seeing suspensions and discretionary expulsions, Safety is paramount. So if there are violent offenses, we do have other educational options for those students to ensure that we have safe campuses in the district. So, Madam President, with your permission, I'll turn it over to Assistant Superintendent McPartland, who will review the data and the remainder of the presentation.
Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Kevin McPartland for the record. To look at the data, so this first slide is overall student suspensions. This is comparing first quarter this year to first quarters of the last 5 years. So just looking at first quarter, you can see that we have a substantial 17% decrease in overall student suspensions this year. And we have gone to near pre-pandemic levels. Next slide, this is, again, this is comparing our suspension level to targets that were set prior to COVID. We do note that this displays first quarter data to end of the year targets, so it's really incomplete data. However, we did mathematically project out the data from first quarter to the end of the year, and you can see that we are on pace to meet targeted levels for elementary school students at this time. To clarify this data compared to this presentation that you were presented last year, high schools had 3,550 suspensions last year during quarter one. You can see the number this year, 2,181, so that's an impressive 39% decrease in suspensions for high school students. Slide 8 demonstrates disproportionality targets. Again, we calculate these targets as total suspensions per student group, by student group per 1,000 students. Again, this is an incomplete data point because we're comparing end of the year targets to current levels, so it's incomplete data, but it is beige to show that we are tracking this data at this time. Again, to give you some monitoring progress to show compared to last year's quarter one presentation, the district rate was 32.9. You can see it's 19.5 right now. So this is an overall 13.4% decrease. African American student group was at 56.8, and you can see it's 48.6 right now, so a decrease of 10.2. Hispanic student group was at 19.6 at this time last year. It's 15.6 now, so again, decreased by 4. Looking at total discretionary expulsions during the first quarter, again, so this is first quarter this year versus first quarters for the previous 5 years. This data point uses the state's limitations on mandatory expulsions. So there are 3 reasons that schools must expel. That's possession of any firearm or dangerous weapon, possession or use of any firearm or dangerous weapon with injury, and possession of a firearm or dangerous weapon with threat. Any other expulsion is considered a discretionary expulsion. This graph, as you can see here, we have decreased discretionary expulsions by 22% compared to the first quarter last year and are below 2018-19 levels. This slide shows discretionary expulsions by level. Again, it's incomplete data, projecting it out. We are on track to not meet the targets that we set prior to COVID, but I do want to compare to last year's presentation you received at this time. During quarter one last year, middle schools had 147 discretionary expulsions, 113 now, so this is a 23% decrease. High school had 193 last year. You can see 168 right now, so that's a 13% decrease compared to last year. This slide demonstrates disproportionality in discretionary expulsions by student group and then comparing them to the targets set pre-COVID. As with slide 8, it is incomplete data comparing end of the year targets to where we're at now. We did project out and do some light coding just to show you which ones we are trending to actually hit the targets and which ones we are not. But again, incomplete data at this time. Slide 12, this is where we traditionally compare our district to similar districts. With this data point, as we discussed in September, we do not permanently expel students. And so there's not a comparison point between our district and other similar districts. Challenges, successes, and lessons learned. Challenges, just a couple I'd like to highlight is the equitable application of resolutions and site-based data accuracy, which is a challenge that we faced. We have enhanced data tracking this year, and we work with school supervisors, equity and diversity to do trainings along with ESD, my division, and really focusing on the conversations with principals to clean this data point up, and we are making gains to support this challenge. Successes, the restorative professional learning by the Equity, Diversity, and Education Department, which is a department that we partner with frequently. I do want to point out that for 1 and 2 day suspensions, so these are short-term suspensions for less severe offenses, where we're encouraging schools to come up with different interventions, different alternatives to exclusionary practices for these short-term suspensions. I'm very proud to share with you that overall, there's been a 43% decrease in 1 and 2 day suspensions for 1 and 2 days for the first quarter compared to the first quarter last year. For African American students, there's a 30% decrease in 1 and 2 day suspensions, and for Hispanic student group, a 60% decrease in 1 and 2 day suspensions. So our principals are doing a really good job of coming up with alternative ways to address minor and less severe behaviors.
Excuse me, Mr. McPartland. Allow me just one moment. Mr. Bayless, I know that you've been to plenty of meetings before and you understand what it means to disrupt a board meeting. I'm going to ask you to keep your comments to yourself or bring them up during public comment. Are you also disrupting a public meeting? I'd like to continue the presentation so we can hear from public comment. Thank you very much. Mr. McPartland, please continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Other successes is the data monitoring has been seriously enhanced this year. Every 2 weeks, we are looking at data and communicating with principals and school supervisors to address trends that we're seeing right away. And in the expansion of our Nevada Virtual Learning Academy as an academic center for violent and dangerous student offenders. Lessons learned. Really the best practices that we're finding occurs when we're breaking down the silos within our district and really working together. This would include equity and diversity, region support, wraparound services, family engagement, emergency management, working together to address student behaviors and supporting schools. Our next steps, student town halls are ongoing as we work with schools to help address identifying root causes. We actually just had one this week at a middle school, very effective. Really, students spoke to us about relationships with teachers and staff on campus. As you heard earlier with the ESSER Fund report, we are communicating with principals of how to leverage their strategic budgets to make sure that we are providing the supports needed to address student discipline. And then we are working to produce a completely revised pre-K through 12 code of conduct to make sure we are current with all legislative mandates. So that is our presentation. With your permission, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Barton to answer any questions you may have.
Perfect. Thank you.
We're here to address any questions, trustees. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barton. Thank you, Dr. McPartland. Mr. McPartland. Colleagues, at this time, we're going to ask questions. Trustee Bustamante Adams, are you ready? All right, take it away.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much for this report. I'm encouraged that also this data showing the evolution of the collaboration. My question is, towards the end, there was next steps, and there was to review policy. Remind me, Dr. Barton, was there also a mention of reviewing our expulsion policy? Were we going to be looking at that as a next step?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Bustamante Adams. The plan is to, as Mr. McPartland said, to roll out a comprehensive revised code of conduct. That will include legislative requirements. It will include including the current expulsion regulation and policy and procedures. But again, that process will start occurring now and then lead up to a consent item that comes to the trustees, I believe, in June with, again, a revised comprehensive code of conduct.
Thank you, Trustee Bustamante Adams. Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, team. Thank you, Madam President. I just want to clarify something on the record. It was said that we do not do permanent expulsions, but just for clarification, can you all tell me when we do expulsions, how long that is for? Is it 12 or 18 months?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell. Trustee Zamora, I think what Mr. McPartland was referring to, that when we compare ourselves to other districts nationally, the Clark County School District does not, on the street expulsion. So I think that kids are not excluded from school. There's some option, and they're not, quote, permanently expelled from our system. There are two different types of expulsion and regulation that we have. That includes permanent expulsion, which again really isn't a permanent expulsion because there's still an opportunity to get education. A permanently expelled student will be removed from a comprehensive campus. Say it happens in 10th grade, they will have to complete their configuration of high school in an academic center or a alternative setting. So that's what permanent expulsion is. Limited expulsion is for a duration of time, which I'll have Mr. McPartland help me out with the timeline on that, but they are removed from a comprehensive campus, but then able to go back. They're not permanently expelled for the configuration. So I think, Trustee Zamora, the point being, bottom line, what Mr. McPartland was implying is that compared to other states in the nation, we are always providing options to our students educationally. Some states, they are on the street, they're not getting educated when they're expelled. So we can provide some clarity on the limited expulsion, though.
Thank you for the question, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Brenda Larson Mitchell. Thank you for the question. So, yeah, the permanently expel, again, is we do not put them on the street. So limited expulsion, that is where it is 18 to 36 weeks where they are either at alternative school, virtual school, before they have any, we go through the re-engagement process where they could return to a comprehensive after that 18 to 36 weeks.
Perfect, thank you. And I just wanted to put that on the record so families know that there's options as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Zamora. I see Trustee Brooks in the queue and then Trustee Guzman. Trustee Brooks.
Thank you, Madam President. I think it's easy for the public to assume that when you say that you're not going to suspend kids, it means that there's not going to be any discipline and that they're just going to run wild in classrooms. Can you talk about some of the non-exclusionary practices that you would use to correct a student's behavior in more of a coaching, non-punitive manner?
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Larson Mitchell, Trustee Brooks, thank you for the question. So exactly, what we have found is if punitive worked, it would already have fixed all of our issues already, right? So that's why we're looking at a different approach, especially with our less severe. Again, school safety is the #1 priority. Dangerous, violent students are removed. We do any type of re-engaging type work on the back end of that. So what we as schools doing is with restorative practices, a lot of it is causing kids to, #1, understand the consequence of their actions, and #2, work to make amends to that so that they can be re-engaged back in the process. So whether these are small groups, whether this is a referral to the harbor for different services and wraparound services for the family as well as the student, restorative circles where students, again, are caused to kind of reflect on their behaviors and the consequences of their behaviors. But we also still do have consequences at school, whether it is an in-house suspension, whether it is other types of lunch detentions and things like that where students just aren't removed from the educational process.
Thank you for that. And then can you talk about any type of resources or training that's provided to classroom teachers to better manage their classrooms so that there's less disruptive behaviors?
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Larson Mitchell, Trustee Brooks, thank you for the question. Kevin McPartland for the record again. So this is the work that the Education Services Division works very closely with equity and diversity education. And so we have the restorative practices that are done for all administrators as well as for teacher leaders on campus to create the trainer-trainer model. So that is the exact goal of our restorative practices, are to get it where it's not just a school-wide thing that happens administratively, but in the classroom. And so that is actually the steps that EDE is taking right now.
And then how long, last question, how long would it take to successfully implement a program like that to Fidelity, with Fidelity?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell. Trustee Brooks, it's a great question. Just think about our restorative work with the grant that's been rolled out. It took 3 years to get to where we are now, where we have restorative leadership teams trained on all campuses. We've identified a culturally inclusive champion on each campus. That's more or less that teacher leader or assistant principal who's the expert that's been trained by International Institute for Restorative Practices. This is the third year, and we have campuses that are at different levels. Some are implementing restorative practices and doing the circles and that restorative work on a daily basis. There are other campuses that are still learning, and we're at a stage right now of identifying potentially 7 to 10 exemplar schools that are rolling out restorative practices during this third year of the grant in a phenomenal way, and then providing that as an option for other schools to go into and learn from. But it's a differentiated approach. We know that Campus A is going to be much different than Campus D, and so we're treating each campus in a different way to help that CIC and restorative leadership team understand the needs of their own campus.
Thank you. I appreciate the report and the information.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Trustee Guzman.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. Thank you for this presentation. I have just a couple of questions, and maybe they're just clarifying questions, because I know that we did have the grant for restorative practices, and we were implementing it. And I was just wondering if, when we're collecting the data, we're taking a look at the schools that have those systems in place, and if we can pinpoint for a fact that where those restorative practices are in place, that we have less of a disciplinary problem, or if, with suspensions and expulsions, or if there is, if it's too soon to check. I'm just curious.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell. Trustee Guzman, we are tracking that data. So Dr. Scavella's wildly important goal this year is to actually look at every campus and where there's a restorative justice or restorative practice resolution that's being tracked system-wide. It may be a little too early to see how that trends with suspensions and discipline, but it's definitely something that we're looking at now, and Dr. Scavella is leading that work.
If I remember correctly, there was a bill at the legislature about this and changing restorative practices. Did we need to change the way that we looked at our program due to that bill?
Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Guzman, we did not. Okay. We did put out guidance when those bills were passed in legislature through an addendum to the Code of Conduct. We did mention restorative work, but the grant and the way that we rolled out the trainer models and our work with IIRP, it is aligned to the statute.
And then when students are sent to behavioral schools because they've been suspended or expelled, sent to another school, do they have a direct plan to get back to their comprehensive school?
Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Guzman, Mr. McPartland has put systems in place. He's actually utilized a transition counselor on all of our academic center properties or schools, where all of those students have a plan to get back, and we have a re-engagement process for some of those more serious infractions. I think we've talked about it with trustees before. There is a list of items that student and family, including parents, need to complete before that student will be considered to go back to a comprehensive school.
Thank you. Thanks for answering my questions.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos? No, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. McPartland and Dr. Barton, for this report. Most of my questions have been answered, so I just have a couple of quick ones here. On the looking forward, solution-oriented to the revisions of the Code of Conduct, looking at the best practices, how will our community be involved in that and be included?
Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Cavazos, there's a process of we've built this in the last couple of years as we revised the Code of Conduct, where starting in January, ESD works with, we do some messaging to our schools and our SOT teams as far as what practices, what they're hearing as far as code of conduct. And then we get that feedback, and that helps build a product that comes to this board for consideration on the consent agenda in June. But we start with a communication that goes out to all the schools in January, and we do get that SOT involvement.
Thank you so much, and I'm happy to hear that the SOT is intrinsically involved there. My other question was just kind of more involved. I had some questions from constituents. They know that I'm the trustee for NVLA, Nevada Learning Academy, and there were a few questions having to do with students, and you did include in your presentation, having to do with some violent offenses where they were then sent to online learning, NVLA. Then what, and I think that Trustee Guzman's question partially covered that, as far as then transitioning. Would that be the same process if they're at NVLA, then to go back to hopefully their comprehensive school if appropriate?
Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent, Trustee Cavazos, that's correct. So re-engagement is aligned to the academic centers, but it's also aligned to some of those violent acts, recommended expulsions where there's a student placement to NVLA.
Okay. And last thing, kind of piggybacking on that, fairly simple to understand as far as the mandatory offenses with the weapons, the firearms, et cetera, and where kind of the muddy area comes in with the parents where they're very concerned is having to do with the gray area, having to do with the discretionary. So that is basically why we have our review boards and that we have the protocol, I assume, as far as the hearings, because we still have some constituent concerns that sometimes that they're not notified or that they don't know that they're going to be able to not have this hearing, and now their student has to go to NVLA. And pretty much I've referred them to our protocols that we follow and that our review board exists for a reason. And I didn't know if you had anything to add to that. I did my best in explaining that.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent. Trustee Cavazos, the due process allowed for adjudication in these matters starts at the school level. So the appeal process happens at the school level, inclusive of the principal. We, of course, have our central panel or our central hearing panel that also hears cases, and there's evidence provided by families, and there could be overturned cases at that level of adjudication. And then, of course, we have the expulsion review board as well that's in our policies and regs. So the process for adjudication or due process is multifaceted at all levels of the organization.
Okay. Thank you so much for the elaboration for the benefit of the community. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. McMartin.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos, and thank you to all the colleagues who have participated in recent expulsion review board hearings. Really appreciate your participation and engagement. Trustee Brooks.
Thank you, Madam President. Sorry, I had one question that I forgot. There is one thing that I think there's an ample opportunity in the community is for misinformation and for misunderstandings based on data, and I specifically see this around behavior data. So earlier there was a point made about data consistency issues that happen at the school level. Could you give us an example of what that would look like? So that we have a more full understanding that sometimes when people misinterpret data, sometimes it's just data quality or maybe the assumptions are different. So I'd like to know a little bit about how those mistakes occur at the school level.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Brooks, thank you for the question. Kevin McPartland for the record. So things that we're looking at is an incident occurs, and one school calls it a campus disruption, and one school calls it a fight, and one school calls it unacceptable school behavior. So those are the type of things that make it difficult to track and place restorative actions upon that as well. So it's cleaning up that so we're all calling things the same thing based on the incident.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Trustee Williams, do you have any questions at this time?
No, I guess my only comment is that, well, one, thank you, Mr. McPartland and Dr. Barton for this report. And I appreciate Trustee Brooks asking that question about the due process, and even Trustee Cavazos asking it, because I do think that maybe the information isn't as well put out there. However, I always like to caveat the information is there, and parents simply just have to go looking for it. But then again, that's what we're here for as trustees, is to help direct them in the right direction. So I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say thank you for that and then make that comment.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. I believe we have one individual for public comment on this item, so we'll take public comment 3.03. Lorena Cárdenas. Lorena, as you come up, I'm going to just make an announcement, but come on up. I made an announcement at the beginning of this item before we opened it. If anyone would like to submit public comment, they had to do it before we began the item. Ms. Cárdenas was the only person who submitted an item, so thank you for that. And fortunately, if anybody else who would like to speak on this item did not get a yellow card in, they will have to wait until general public comment before they. I'm looking at you. Yes, and I asked you to do it before the item began. So I know you have, along with other people, submitted cards. We will include those in non-action items. Ms. Cárdenas, you have 3 minutes, and Ms. Bustamante Adams, Trustee Bustamante Adams, will be taking your time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lorena, and I'm wondering why you haven't mentioned Jonathan Lewis at all when there's a student that resulted dead, beaten to death, and you said nothing. And it's really appalling. It's really shameful that you presume to want to care about these kids, but when one died under your leadership, you said nothing. And that silence actually speaks more. So you don't care about kids. You care about your numbers. I think I speak for everyone from legislators to teachers to even those who oppose us that Jesus Jara has to go. We demand he resigns, and in the comfort of his little home right now.
Ms. Cárdenas, what does this have to do with item 3.03?
I'm getting there, and I'll get there faster if you stop interrupting me. Superintendent Jara was hired in 2018, exactly 5 years ago. This is what the last 4 years look like. According to a report titled 4 Years of Clark County, Data Reveals Troubling Trend of School Violence by the Las Vegas Sun in April of 2022. CCSD-PD received 4.6 thousand violent calls in 2019, 5.6 thousand calls in 2020, unable to report on 2021 due to the stupid lockdowns, 6.8 thousand in 2022, and we can only imagine what this year has been like when it resulted in the death of Jonathan Lewis. What's the common denominator? It's you, Dr. Jara. You're the common denominator. We have a woke school board obsessed with color, determined to tweak out the numbers to keep minorities out of the school to prison pipeline. But avoiding punishment was not the solution. Sure, your numbers are looking great. The expulsion of suspension of students of color has gone down. But what have you done to the rest of the students? We can't ask Jonathan Lewis, can we? On top of your failed restorative policies, you have infused the curriculum with DEI, a concept which, quote, aims to decenter whiteness and teaches our students about systemic racism and unconscious biases, a concept so pervasive and toxic that it creates division among our students who are absorbing their environment to form their own views in life. And this is how you're poisoning it. You're creating rivalry, not unity. 15 students of color beat one white boy to death. Every time you have leveled accusations against white people with the concept of DEI, you are complicit in Jonathan's death.
I'm going to ask you to stop right there. This item is about student discipline. Please pause her time. This is and excuse me. This is regarding discipline. Ma'am, I know you've been to board meetings too, and you also understand what it means to disrupt a public meeting.
This isn't related to discipline. This is very much related to discipline.
You are speaking about a matter of a.
No, this is regarding discipline and your restorative policies that have failed and have resulted in death.
Ms. Cárdenas, I'm going to allow you to continue. Ms. Cardenas, I'm going to allow you to finish. I'm going to ask that you...
Every time you have leveled accusations against white people with the concept of DEI, you are complicit in Jonathan's death, and I hope it haunts every single one of you. This was the unimaginable end result of Jara. If he doesn't resign to one of our kids dying under his leadership, when will he resign? Same goes for all of you who had nothing to say. When a student was beaten to death, you drop everything you're doing to post trans.
Your time is up, Ms. Cardenas. Thank you very much for being here and making time. Ms. Cardenas, please turn off her microphone.
Exactly, nothing. Hypocrisy, that's what it shows. That's exactly what it shows.
I'm going to ask Ms. Cardenas to be escorted out of our boardroom. Please. You are disrupting a public meeting and you continue to press on after I've asked you to. I just asked you to stop.
I was walking away, but I said it shows hypocrisy on all your parts. And that is what, that's how to...
Ms. Cardenas, your public comment period is over. Your 3 minutes are up. I'm going to ask you to, I'm going to ask you to leave. I'm going to ask you to leave.
I will leave. I will leave now, but I'll go sit down. I don't know why you're trying to expel me from...
Your very action of being here and continue to be on the dais on the to provide public comment. This is not a moment to have a conversation, so you can go. Okay, officer, please escort Ms. Cardenas out of the boardroom. Do you know your participation in this environment? Look at what you're doing. Please ask Ms. Cardenas to leave. I don't believe I am, actually. Pretty amazing. All right, this item is public comment is over for 3.03. At this time, I am seeking action to accept thank you. Trustee Brooks, Trustee Guzman.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. I move that we accept the strategic plan update for student discipline.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Trustee Trustee Cavazos.
I will second that.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Guzman, a second by Trustee Cavazos. Please raise your item to determine your vote. Trustee Williams.
Aye.
Thank you. Colleagues, that motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Thank you, team, for your presentation. All right. Moving on to item 4.01. That's the 2023-2024 amended budget. Dr. Larson Mitchell. Oh, forgive me. Before we move on, this item is an action item, and before we continue on this action item, we will take yellow public comment cards. Once we begin the presentation, we will no longer accept public comment cards. At this time, we don't have public comment cards that have been submitted, and we don't have individuals who've signed up in advance for this item. So we're going to go ahead and continue and get started. Dr. Larson Mitchell, please take it away.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. For the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell. At this time, we have a presentation by Mr. Gowdy on our 2023-2024 amended final budget. So with your permission, Madam President, I'll turn it over to Mr. Gowdy.
Good evening, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell. I will be presenting the 23-24 amended final budget tonight. Oh wait, I guess this is it. I gotta wait for it to get up. There we go. Here's the overview. Timeline, same timeline that we see each time, and we're just noticing that we're actually towards the end, the adoption of the amended final budget. Oops, wrong way. There we go. Uncertainties, very similar uncertainties to what we've seen in the past. And enrollment is an uncertainty. It has flattened for us. Risk of recession. There's still talk in the economic markets about potential recession. And additionally, as Ms. Cole-Paul mentioned earlier, the continuation of the ESSER funding initiatives past the actual funding of September 30th, 2024. So this shows our student enrollment. As we've noticed before, it has declined and has a slight decline over the prior year. There is a slight decline in the amended final budget of, I think, about 792 students from the final budget in this budget. And this also notes that this is at the $9,045 of pupil-centered funding plan per pupil per the legislatively approved budget. So the pupil-centered funding plan, just the highlights again, to distribute the funds to ensure that each student receives a reasonably equal educational opportunity. There's weighted funding, which is related to EL, English learners at risk, and our gifted and talented students. And the governor's budget, which also then was approved by the legislature, utilized the new definition of at risk starting. And what that means is that it's no longer based off of free and reduced lunch, but based off of a grad score and how likely a student is to graduate. Total per pupil revenues, as I mentioned, $9,045 in the pupil-centered funding plan. If you add the other components, local funding, special education, et cetera, it gets to $11,550 per student. Obviously, this is a significant increase, the most significant increase that the state has seen, or the district has seen from the state in decades. And while that is tremendous progress, there is still a significant gap between the national average funding, as well as what's been mentioned in the Commission of School Funding, the adequate and optimal funding levels, still approximately a $2 to $3 billion gap there. So we are making progress, but there's still some work to do. Where the money comes from, very standard or very similar to prior presentations. State Education Fund, the vast majority of the other fund of $222 million is primarily made up of special education funding, and then also other local sources, which does include interest income as well. So here's the general operating revenues. This is a comparison for AFB amended final budget to final budget. The increase in funding was $135 million. The vast majority of that coming from the increased funding from the state and the legislatively approved budget, with some additional funding available under interest income as well due to market conditions. This summarizes the increase in the pupil-centered funding plan funding, which was an increase because we got an increase in the per pupil amount with a slight loss of enrollment of 792 students. And special education funding increased slightly. So where's the money spent? This is a very similar slide, 82% in salaries and benefits with other 18%. You'll notice that the vast majority of dollars and FTEs are sitting in school-based strategic budgets, school-based themselves, transportation as well. And then the major components of other, textbooks and supplies, $323 million. One of the primary reasons that number is so high is that there is a carryover level in the school strategic budgets, and we anticipate from a budgetary perspective that that's spent down. Utilities, electric, gas, water, $119 million. As everybody's aware, we had a significant increase in both natural gas and electricity prices, which dramatically impacted the district. Professional services, which I'll provide some more detail on, technology, vehicles, buses, and fuel, $26 million, and then repairs and maintenance, $26.4. So those are the major components. The significant components of professional services, the first piece is we plan to spend around $9.3 million on speech pathology. We spend about plan to spend about $8.7 million on Accelerations Academies. Keep in mind, these are students that are not enrolled, and once they come back, we do receive funding for them, so there is an offset to that amount. We had contracted nurses of about $7 million, contracted social workers about $5.5 million. Occupational physical therapy of $5.1 million. Hope Squared is $3.3 million. Legal services for external services of $3.3 million. Our athletic events, which is referees, physical therapy, et cetera, for about $2.6 million. And then about $2 million for general maintenance contractors for preventative maintenance, and then a number of other smaller items that are out there. The major components of the technology, about $7.4 million on our human capital management system, our HCM system. Additionally, we have central information services, which are a number of our key services in IT. We spend $7 million on that. Our networking systems and services, that's around $3.1 million. Our user support services, so these are groups that actually support all the users in the district, $3 million. And then we have some student information systems such as Infinite Campus, $2.8 million, and then a number of other smaller items as well. So those are the major components within the technology and professional services. So this is just a high-level summary of where the money is spent in the general fund itself. You'll notice that of the almost $3.1 billion, the vast majority of it is in strategic budgets. Operational services unit, the teaching and learning unit, facilities services unit, and the business and finance unit are the other three more significant items there. Where the money is spent in the special education fund, about $605 million. You'll notice that the vast majority of everything is spent in licensed positions, in support positions, and in transportation for those students as well. So the budget comparison, this is the comparison when we look at the prior year amended final budget, so this is year to year. And you'll notice up at the top right, we have an increase in revenues of around $532 million. Total expenditures are up about $521 million, with the vast majority of that in salaries and benefits for our employees. At the bottom, you'll notice that there's around $41.9 million of assigned fund balance for future initiatives, donations, and direct costs. The vast majority of that is just based off the way that some of the negotiations went to where we have some higher costs in year two as a proportion of the additional revenues. And so some of that saved up there that gets spent in year two in the negotiation components of it. We also have $38 million in non-spendable, which includes $35 million from THT prepaid that's sitting in that balance at that point. And then the unassigned, you'll notice that that's sitting at 4.5%, which is approximately $151 million. And this does not include any of the school carryover balances. Those are not reflected in budget. What happens, we anticipate the school spending those from a budgetary perspective, and then at the end, in our actual financial statements, there may be remaining balances. Unassigned balances at 4.5, which we noted. And just a quick summary. We're obviously pending resolution with our Clark County Education Association. We did reach an agreement with our Education Support Employees Association, as well as our Clark County Association of School Administrators and Professional Technical Employees. And then we're pending resolution with our Police Officers Association and final negotiations with our Police Administrators Association. And with that, I will open up to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gowdy. Colleagues, at this time, Trustee Brooks.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. You talked about the gap between state funding and adequate or optimal funding. Is that at this moment in time, or does that take into consideration that other states are also infusing large sums of money into education at this point in time?
Jason Gowdy for the record. So the last information that that I have that I'm really working from is from the Commission of School Funding report that we did last year. So it's dated. And so at that point, the national average was somewhere just about almost $14,500 per student. So that was kind of the first measure. And obviously the optimal number, which is based off of the Augenblick study, was a little higher than that. And so we are, as a commission, working on updating that report, which we will have updated, I believe, next year. Which will take into consideration the fact that there were a number of other states Not every state, but there were a number of other states that put a significant amount of money into K-12 education as well. So I think when we see the numbers, I think our move towards the national average probably gets a little higher, but there were certainly some other states that moved as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Trustee Guzman.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales, and thank you, Mr. Gowdy, for presenting this. Recently, the Education Law Center released Making the Grade 2023, How Fair is School Funding in Your State, and we are failing. So in case you're wondering, that just came out on Monday. So just sharing a little bit of information. I wanted to know about the funding that's at the schools. How are we tracking that money? And is there money that that schools are rolling over, but it's being held from prior years, or do they have access to that money? I'm trying to understand the money at the schools.
Yeah, thank you, Jason Getty, for the record. So the monies to the schools would go back to AB 469, which turned into NRS 388G. And essentially what that law says is that monies that are provided to the schools essentially stay with the schools. And so if we send a school $1 million as their budget and they spend $900,000 in a year, that $100,000 that used to essentially kind of go back to the district for use remains in the school budget. We as a district, we call that restricted funds. So we take all of the carryover balances from each of the school, and then on our ACFR, the annual comprehensive financial report that I reported on a month or so ago, it restricts those funds. They're restricted, and then when we release budgets the next year, we give them that money back. And they essentially have the same restrictions for spending as they would for any other dollar within their strategic budgets. They have a lot of autonomy. We do have district rules, regulations, processes that need to be followed. And as long as they follow those, they're able to utilize that money in that fashion.
So I have a question from an SOT member that was looking at the budget and just attended a budget meeting and wanted to know why the strategic rollover money was being held beyond the average time given in prior years. Schools use that money for supplies, necessary items to keep the schools functional. So they're just curious, are we holding that money?
Jason Getty, for the record, no, we're not holding that money. What happens is that we provide the schools funding based off the spring budget that gets approved by the board during the tentative cycle. Right. We provide them actually funding prior to that by law by January 15th. That's an estimate. What we then do is we close out the following year. We true up all of the carryover balances. We then have to take all of the changes that any of the schools had in their fall allocation when they open up their fall strategic budgets and say, I don't want that position, I want more positions. Those changes get made, and then we must then go through, reconcile all that, and load it into our accounting system so that they see it. So the schools have the vast majority of the money that they were going to get, and we do a final true-up, and nobody's holding on to it. The final true-up takes time. It's always taken a few months, and we're in process and should be done with that shortly. So
great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustee Guzman, just a point of clarity, you mentioned that we're failing to be clear with respect to the income, or can you help us clarify a little bit what you meant by failing in terms of the per pupil spent?
So that's the state funding. So we are one of the lowest states to fund our pupils. So it's the Education Law Center puts out Making the Grade, and it's stated that the state has not funded us the way that we should be funded for our pupils, and it says that we are failing. That is the state. That's not Clark County School District. We get the money and we utilize it the best that we can, but the state is not funding us properly.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman, for that clarity. I think that's really important. You brought that report up, and the nation is noticing this research is comparative to other states in the country, and I'm grateful for your knowledge in that space so that we can continue to advocate for increased resources for our students and our systems in Nevada. Trustee Brooks, did you have a question? No? Okay, forgive me. Trustee Williams?
No, I'm okay, thank you.
We have public comment on this item. It looks like there's nobody who signed up in advance, and I don't have any yellow cards on this item. Very good. At this time, colleagues, I'm seeking a motion. Trustee Brooks?
Thank you, Madam President. I move to approve the amended final budget and provide authorization for the budget to be filed as required by Nevada Revised Statutes 354.598005.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Trustee Zamora?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, colleagues, we have a motion on the floor from a motion by Trustee Brooks, a second by Trustee Zamora. At this time, please cast your vote using your ballot. Okay. Thank you. Trustee Williams?
Aye.
Thank you. Colleagues, that motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Gowdy. We're going to keep Mr. Gowdy on deck as we move on to item 4.02. Again, this is an action item, so anybody who'd like to speak during public comment on this item is welcome to submit a yellow card. Once we begin the presentation, then we will no longer accept yellow cards. Dr. Larson Mitchell, do I turn it over to Mr. Gowdy? Mr. Gowdy, take it away, please.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell. So this is a notice of intent for Regulation 3432 related to district liability claim resolution. I'm not going to go through each individual item, but if we look in Section 2, A through E, essentially what we're looking to do is increase the authority levels. Given the financial size of the district, the level of expertise of the people reviewing these components. Additionally, the legislature and laws have changed with tort cap limits, which does affect this as well, and really to help with the efficiency of processing these claims. And then down in Section 4, there was just some additional language added that when there's district ordered by a court of law, just a little bit more specifics on the process itself. And those are the major changes as it relates to this regulation. I'll open it up any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gowdy. Colleagues, if we don't have any questions at this time, and I don't have public comment, I'm seeking a motion. Trustee Guzman.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. I move to accept the notice of intent for the Clark County School District Regulation 3432.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
I second that motion.
Thank you, Trustee Bustamante Adams. Colleagues, at this time we have a motion by Trustee Guzman, a second by Trustee Bustamante Adams. Please raise your vote. Trustee Williams. Trustee Williams. Aye. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. That motion passes 7-0. Okay. We're going to move on to item 4.03, notice of intent. Again, Mr. Gowdy. However, before we begin with the presentation, this is an action item, so anybody who would like to speak on this item must submit a yellow card before the presentation begins. Okay. We're going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Gowdy. Please take it away.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell. This is a notice of intent related to Regulation 3432.1 district workers' compensation claim resolution. Similar to what we discussed last time, is essentially increasing some of the levels of approval In the workers' comp process, there are less approvals. Most of these processes have already gone through all of the legal requirements, and once they get to this process, it's essentially a legally mandated requirement. What we've done there is, as I mentioned in sections 3, 4, and 5, increase the limits up to, again, ensure that we can meet these settlements timely as required by law. And just a reminder, these do not come to the board for approval because of the legal requirements to get them done in a short period of time, but they always come as informational items. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Gowdy. Appreciate that. Colleagues, at this time, if we don't have any questions, I'm looking to entertain a motion. Trustee Brooks?
Thank you, Madam President. I move to approve agenda item 4.03.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Trustee Cavazos?
I will go ahead and second that motion.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Brooks, a second by Trustee Cavazos. Please cast your vote. Okay, colleagues, thank you. Trustee Williams?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Williams. Colleagues, that motion passes 7-0. We're going to move on to item 4.04, and again, this is a notice of intent for CCSD Regulation 3213. This is also an action item. If there's a member of the audience who would like to speak on this item, please submit your yellow card now before the public presentation. Otherwise, you will have to speak towards the end of the general public comment period. Seeing no action at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Gowdy for his presentation.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell. So this is notice of intent for Regulation 3213, buildings and site funds. And so essentially what this is the last time that this reg was updated was 2004. And so what this is providing more clarity around our actual processes that we utilize at this time. And this is not an increase in authority or increase in any changes of responsibility. It's simply documenting the processes that are utilized by the district at this point rather than in 2004. There's more specific quotes to NRS. There's more specific components around how the funds may be spent. It also added in some components around that the balances must be retained in the fund, cannot be moved. These are all standard accounting practices that the district has always utilized, but this just more clearly defines the requirements themselves. And so that's the significant components of this request.
Thank you, Mr. Gowdy. At this time, colleagues, I don't see any public comment and I don't see any questions, but I am willing to entertain a vote. Trustee Zamora?
I make a motion to approve agenda item 4.04, notice of intent, Clark County School District Regulation 3213.
Thank you, Trustee Zamora. Trustee Bustamante Adams?
Second that motion.
Thank you, Trustee Bustamante Adams. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Zamora, a second by Trustee Bustamante Adams. Please cast your vote. Trustee Williams?
Aye.
Thank you. Colleagues, that motion passes 7-0. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gowdy. All right. Thank you very much for that presentation. I'm going to move on to item 4.05, notice of intent for CCSD Board of Trustees Governance Policy GP9, meeting planning, discussion, and possible action. Because this is an action item, again, I'm going to open it up to yellow cards being submitted before the presentation. And I happen to be doing the presentation, so I will give myself a moment to allow people to submit yellow cards in case they'd like to for public comment. All right. Moving on. Okay, colleagues. So as we move from a fully elected board of trustees to a hybrid board as a result of AB 175, we are beginning in January when the 4 new non-voting members receive the oath of office. In January, we need to begin to update our policies to reflect our new practices. Policy GP9 which is before you today as a notice of intent, is the first step in updating our new practice, which will begin in January. So the edits begin on page 19. They're all reflected in red. Page 19 defines and clarifies voting rights for members and defines voting rights, Page 20 clarifies voting, that a voting member equals a quorum. To again clarify that non-voting members cannot equate a quorum, and what voting members, in this case voting members, us as trustees, can only be the ones to bring back items to reconsider after, if they're new to the board, for example. This item, or this policy, was last updated in 2017. And again, this is the first step in making changes to policies to reflect our new, the new phase that we are entering as a board in 2024, with the addition of 4 new of trustees who will be non-voting members appointed by local municipalities, Clark County, North Las Vegas, City of Las Vegas, and the City of Henderson. Okay. At this time, colleagues, I entertain any questions. Otherwise, I'm ready to make a motion myself. Trustee Cavazos?
Yes, I just wanted for a clarification from a constituent question. And I know the answer to this question already, so this is just for clarification. Regarding, as far as the quorum, that they will not be counted as the actual official quorum, correct? That as far as, I don't know if this would actually come under meeting planning, but there was a question regarding as far as that they are non-voting members, but that they are still able to make motions and second motions, just for clarification.
That's in the policy. The policy clarifies what a voting member can or cannot do, and also helps us clarify what a non-voting member is eligible to do. Colleagues, at this time, I'm looking for entertaining a motion. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to approve item number 405, the Clark County School District Board of Trustees Governance Policy, GP9 meeting planning.
Thank you, Trustee Bustamante Adams, for the motion. Colleagues, I'd like to second that motion. So at this time, we have a motion by Trustee Bustamante Adams, a second by myself, Trustee Garcia Morales. Please cast your vote. Thank you. Trustee Williams?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. That motion passes 7-0. And I just want to point for the record that we did not have public comment on that item. All right. Thank you, everyone. We are at the home stretch here. Item 4.06, public hearing on approval of the data sharing agreement between CCSD and the state of Nevada. Dr. Larson Mitchell, may I turn it over to Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall, forgive me, Mr. Hall. I'm moving really fast, but I meant to share that this is an action item. If anybody would like to provide public comment on this item, please submit your yellow cards now before we begin the presentation by Mr. Hall. I don't see anyone moving, so that means that we must be good to go. Mr. Hall, please take it away.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell. Earlier this year, during the 82nd legislative session, the state legislature passed Assembly Bill 517, which requires the legislative auditors of the Legislative Council Bureau to conduct periodic audits of the Clark County School District operations. Clark County School District and the state of Nevada have drafted a data sharing agreement that will allow Clark County School District to provide certain information to the state of Nevada that would otherwise be confidential pursuant to federal or to state law. The agreement delineates, among other things, the type of data to be shared, the use of that data, and the requirement that the data be held as confidential in a manner that it complies with both federal and state law. This is the time and place to conduct a public hearing on, discussion of, and possible action on approval of the data sharing agreement between Clark County School District and the state of Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Colleagues, at this time, we will entertain questions for Mr. Hall. Otherwise, we don't have public comment, and I believe we can go straight into a motion. No questions. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
It's not a question, Madam President. If you would entertain a motion, thank you. I move to approve item number 4.06, approval of the data sharing agreement between the Clark County School District and the state of Nevada.
Thank you, Trustee Bustamante Adams. Trustee Zamora.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Trustee Zamora. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Bustamante Adams and a second by Trustee Zamora. Please cast your vote. Trustee Williams.
Aye.
Thank you. Colleagues, that motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hall. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to item 5.01. That's public comment on items not listed as action items on our agenda. We, before we begin and we call up the first person for public comments, this is your final chance to submit a yellow card. We're going to begin with the individuals who signed up in advance. We'll go through that list first, and then we will go through the yellow cards that have been submitted. And I know Lisa has some there. I don't believe anyone else is coming up for more public comment cards, so thank you. We'll take those now. Individuals who signed up in advance, I'm going to call their names out, although I don't see a couple of them. I'll just go through the list and share a couple at a time. Autumn Tampa, James Bayless, and Keith Shosey. Keith, okay. Perfect. Mr. Bayless, go ahead, and then Keith will go next. Yes, you did. Mr. Bayless, you have 3 minutes. Trustee Bustamante Adams will be taking your time, and you'll hear the noise, the sound come off, and that's your time. Thank you.
Are we starting? James Bayless for the record, ladies of the board. So my topic is mainly scare tactics. So I want to enlighten a few rumors that we've heard through Nevada, you know, about people coming saying that they get gang stalked, you know, psyops. Well, it seems ironically, I found out in Henderson that seems to be true. Ironically, they kind of suck at it. You can't scare everybody that's not afraid of nobody. But that's beside the point. But since me and my son was, you know, I would say, so elegantly treated in Henderson, my family didn't like it too much. They weren't really too happy. We reached to the mayor, and she didn't want to do much, which isn't a surprise, but that's okay because my family enlightened me to come up here and let you guys know that they asked me to actually throw my hat in the ring, and I'm going to be a candidate for the Republican Party for Henderson for mayor. So we might be seeing a lot of each other. Ironically, it's crazy because Black Mountain's my family's world. And the Global Alliance is my other part of my family's world. So I kind of got a two-hatter in. And ironically, a lot of people that don't like me, which is okay, because feelings mutual on most points. But the situation is a lot of things happened in Henderson with my son that I will be rectifying when I get there. I have a whole case plan and pretty much a whole cabinet ready coming out of D.C. So, yeah, Henderson's going to straighten up really quick. A lot of things need to be rectified. A lot of things need to be fixed. A lot of people I love. Not so much. But I would recommend keeping lasers out of the sky.
Thank you, Mr. Bayless. Keith? After Keith, we have Nicole Beer, then followed by Nick Beer, and then Madeline Childers. I know I did that wrong. Sorry about that. Keith?
Yeah, good evening. I noticed on the financial presentation that there was no category for money being flushed directly down the toilet. No rational person thinks that teaching recruiting trip that went to Florida was a good expenditure of money. According to my research, Dade County has a teacher shortage. Broward County has a teacher shortage. And this district thinks it's a good idea to send
Keith, please keep your public comments.
July 4th week.
Keep
I
your
can
public
look where I
comment.
want. You can hear me.
You're welcome to keep your public comments.
I can turn
This
around.
is not your auditorium. You're welcome to come and provide public comment to the Board of Trustees.
Well, I am telling you that
perfect.
the response of the board in trying to defend that waste of money, as the Las Vegas Review-Journal said, was laughable. I'm going to say it's also outrageous, disgusting, appalling, and shameful. And then your earlier speaker who talked about stats and how things are going up in some areas, but she didn't talk about actual numbers. According to the state of Nevada, you have a chronic absentee rate of 38%. Shameful. Less than half of students are proficient in the district in English language arts. Shameful. Less than 1 in 5 high school students are proficient in math. Shameful. And you have blood on your hands from that student that died. Shameful. And the way you treated the earlier speaker, you acted like a petty tyrant and a slubberdigillion. Look it up. I'm sure you don't know what it means. Shame. 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 Shame.
Do you have
Shame.
anything else to say?
What? Yeah, I want to say shame a bunch of times so it gets in your thick heads. You guys are doing a horrible job. You think you're doing a good job, but it's pathetic. It's shameful. And then you're trying to blame the pandemic? You guys were crap before the pandemic, and you're crap now. And everybody knows it. And you think you're doing a good job? You're not. You're doing a horrible job. Every one of you should resign, starting with Mr. Yara or wherever he is right now on his little vacation. It's pathetic. You're all shameful, and someone should tell you to your face, and I'm the one to do it. Have a great evening.
Oh, Nicole, come on up. Nicole, followed by Nick Beer, and then Madeline and Christiane.
Nicole Beer for the record, or as the National Front likes to call me, the queer librarian. First of all, Dr. Jara, our thoughts and prayers, the whole district is with you right now in your time of need, I guess. I'm speaking today, I'm a proud CCSD teacher. I'm speaking today as the Southern Nevada Defense of Democracy Chair. A scourge has infected our community in the form of an anti-government domestic terrorist organization called Moms for Liberty. These terms are not mine, but rather the Southern Poverty Law Center, the FBI, and now the Department of Justice. Let's be very clear about who and what this group is. This group was founded during the COVID pandemic, gained traction with anti-vaxxers as well as many other extremist groups. When COVID mandates lifted, they pivoted to the book banning group we see today. This insidious group has one goal. It's always been their goal, to dismantle public education and the Department of Education in every state and at the federal level. They are proud of the work they do to disrupt public education. As we see at these meetings, most of them are not even stakeholders in CCSD. In their weekly national call last week, yes, of course we have moles, they compared the structure of their organization to a pyramid scheme. Oh, those silly gals. Pyramid schemes are illegal. Last week, the local Moms for Liberty chapter held a porn party. Their words, not mine. You would think with a sex scandal and rape case pending against one of their founding Fräuleins, women, they would understand the name might not be timely. We have the list, like we wouldn't get it, duh. They will be challenging books on this list at several middle and high schools. Thanks to Dr. Jara, Dr. Mansell, and this board, we have robust policy and regulations that support decisions that licensed educators make. However, concerning some CCSD principals circumvented Policy 6161 and didn't hire certified teacher librarians. I've come before this board and talked to you about NECTA, Mr. Ryan Cordia. He saw fit to hire an elementary PE teacher as the librarian at our Best and Brightest Magnet. And he, with dozens of tenured licensed teacher librarians available. He didn't interview any of them. Mr. Cordia was a science teacher for a whole 5 years before he started in administration, so I'm sure he and his PE teacher are going to be able to handle those book challenges. This is what happens when principals don't follow rules. We will be monitoring you, Mr. Cordia, very closely. Now let me talk for a moment about the organization that I proudly represent. We are one of the newest chapters in the country. We are Defense of Democracy, Southern Nevada. If this organization sounds familiar, it may be because you read about the courageous step our very own Dr. Jara took when he joined countless elected officials and superintendents from all across this country when he signed the pledge for the Defense of Democracy. We encourage you to go to the defenseofdemocracy.org and see what we're doing all across this nation to combat those who would segregate, prophesize, and discriminate against the students students and staff of CCSD. We will not go back. We will advocate, we will agitate, we will fight, and we will vote. And on that topic of voting, on 12/1, I sent an email to both Commissioner McCurdy and Councilman Creer 13 days ago with screenshots of them being photographed at a reopening of a historic West Side business.
That is full-time. Please submit your written comment to Lisa, and we'll make sure that it is recorded. Thank you. Nick Beer. Again, after Nick Beer, we have Madeline and Christiane.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. My name is Nick Beer, and I live and operate a business in District A. I'm here to implore the board and administration to ignore many of your recent distractions. Stay with its mission and keep your eyes on the prize. Recently, this board has been hearing a lot of hateful and divisive rhetoric from some loud and obnoxious people. In fact, some of the things I've heard at home with the meeting on television has made me glad I wasn't here in the room at the time, because yes, I might have violated your decorum policies. I'm a mild-mannered guy, unlike possibly some other members of my household, but even I have my limits when it comes to listening to this kind of bigotry. In any case, what I wanted to say tonight is that these folks are a minority. They're loud and mean, but they're politically insignificant. What most of us living here in Clark County need from the board is pretty simple. One, never stop looking for ways to improve student achievement. Never, ever stop. Two, keep students and staff safe from violence and physical harm on school property. Harden our buildings and entrances. And three, produce graduates who are prepared to successfully navigate our diverse, pluralistic community with integrity and respect. It's why things like inclusive textbooks and library collections and board policies that protect kids who might be different are more important than some of our neighbors might possibly understand. The evidence shows that these things are crucial to the long-range economic vitality of the Vegas Valley. Look, I'm just one guy standing up tonight asking you to keep your eye on this mission. But I know I'm not alone. Thanks for your time tonight, and Merry Christmas, one and all.
Thank you very much, Nick. Madeline? Followed by Christiane, and then Chris Hallman.
Where's the clock timer?
Oh, thank you for that reminder. We have Trustee Bustamante Adams is taking time, and when you hear the bell ring, that's when your time will be up.
I like it when you guys had it where we could see it.
Start the time, please. Yeah.
Okay, tell me when it begins. Okay. Thank you, Madam President, and this esteemed board. I went to the work session, the last one that you had, and I requested to speak to President Morales about how to get an item on the agenda. Regulation 5138. Would it be possible for us to speak to you after the meeting? You declined. Okay, well, could we call you? Is there a certain time we could call you and we could talk to you over the phone? You declined. How can we get in touch with you? Email. At what point, I'll say it again, is this board going to listen to the parents and the taxpayers? And this lovely lady who talks about no stakeholders, every one of us is a taxpayer. We have a stake in the society that the school district is producing. How do we get items on the agenda? You don't listen to the parents. You're spending money, resources on education and quality materials that are better than lower quality materials. And then you're enacting policies that destroy the educational environment. restorative discipline? How about restorative education? How about that? Educational materials, when there's one set of textbooks in the classroom, there should be a set of textbooks in every backpack. You fail in your job because you don't listen to the taxpayers, you don't listen to the parents. You have a political agenda, which is incompatible with education. I hope I was loud enough for this gentleman. Regulation 5138, we would like to get on the agenda. And we will continue, and I'd like the 4 non-voting members, and especially the city of Henderson, to know that this board is refusing to cooperate with us. You're elected people. You sit in that office. People voted for you. But you don't care about the people, and you certainly don't care about the students. This semester, first semester, Jonathan Lewis wasn't the only one that got murdered. There was also a Latina girl. So, you guys are ridiculous.
Thank you, Ms. Childers. Christiane?
Good night, members of the board. My name is Christiane Mersch, chapter chair of Moms for Liberty. I'm proud of our organization because we represent more than 120,000 parents around the nation. My time is gone? Okay. So we are now book banners, as a previous speakers mentioned here. We are just curating books, reviewing if it's appropriate for kids. And you guys saw last meeting, I could not even read some of the books because it's inappropriate. It's nudity, it has sexual content, but they're still in our libraries right now. So if I cannot speak, one of the books is this one, Gender Queer. So how this helps improve sex life or sex education, whatever you want to say, or ACT scores to help our kids succeed in all the beautiful plan you guys did about focus and goals for the improvement. How this book is going to help them? That's my question. Because I cannot read the book, but I'm showing this book. It's in our schools. And when you ask to be removed, we're called book banners. If this book was represented in a movie, because it's rated R, like All Boys Are in Blue, is rated R. If this book was showing a movie, it would be illegal because parents would have to go with their children there. Kids under 17 could not see in a movie, but it's okay in Clark County School Districts. You see the hypocrisy here? I cannot read the book, but it's still in our libraries. And how is it going to help our kids? That's our question. We brought 300 parents, and Jairo was not here to listen to us. We're not disruptive. We just want to common sense education that our kids can read math and English and succeed, not be exposed to our early sexual lifestyle that even under age of sex consent. This offends a lot of parents. We're not book banners. We just want a common sense. These are taking away their innocence. They're being bombarded with this image. This is graphic. This is for kids. This is graphic. It's not even to be read. And she defends that. That librarian was here. Actually, we're not the one that hates and divides it because
please
before
keep your public comments. I know you want to reference other people,
but keep it up
she
was already attacking principals and teachers here. And I'm going to read one of her posts. CCSD teachers and parents, community members, as you sit in comfort knowing book bans and anti-diversity can't penetrate policy 6161. Remember who did that. So fuck you all, teachers.
Okay, Christiane, please turn off her microphone. Please turn off her microphone. Christiane, I'm going to pause your time. I'm going to pause your time. Okay, keep her time going. I clearly don't want to stop. You are clearly violating. You do. No, it's. Okay, keep her time going. But. There you go. Thank you, Christiane. Christiane. This is public comment for the board. You talk to the board. You talked and forgive me, but this is not the platform. This is not the platform for Moms for Liberty. Cannot control what people say about you or about your organization. I'm going to ask, okay, your time is up. I'm going to ask the officers to, your time is up. You are breaking decorum and you are disrupting a public meeting. Yes, you are. Please please escort her officers out of the boardroom. She is clearly violating. Christiane, please leave the boardroom. I've asked you 3 times. You are violating your ability to help us with we will wait for her to be escorted out. I've asked her her time is up, and thank you officers for helping escort Christiane. You are disrupting a public meeting. Chris, are you Chris? Come on up. Thank you, Chris.
Hello, my name is Chris Holman, and I teach 7th grade at Woodbury. I taught in Texas for 24 years as a teacher and coach. Never had a bad evaluation in my career and won multiple state championships as a coach. I'm in my 3rd year at Woodbury right now. This administration's main priority has been to find enough dirt on me so they don't have to renew my contract. We don't have any 7th grade math or science teachers right now at Woodbury. And our school's test scores are at the bottom of the state. But I am their main concern. And we continue to lose more teachers under this administration. I invite all of you to come out to Woodbury. Come watch me in the hallways. Come watch me in class. See the relationship I have built with my students. Do your homework and form your own opinions. As of the beginning of November, we have had over 1,200 behavior referrals this year. Woodbury is out of control. But when you look at our in-house classroom, we have only 2 students in there most of the time. They do not give serious consequences, and the kids know it. We have already had 2 core teachers quit this year. And another English teacher just walked out 2 weeks ago because of the out-of-control behavior that our administration continues to ignore. Their philosophy is just send them back to the class. Teachers leaving is nothing new at Woodbury, as teachers have been leaving here since she arrived here last year. Not one teacher she hired last year came back this year. Not a single one. These were her hires. We are one of the worst rated schools in the state. And this year we are spending 25% of our day 4 times a week with a ridiculous real-time advisory class. I want you guys to understand that our students spend more time at Woodbury in advisory class than they do in their math, English, and science classes. No offense, but why would any school board member or superintendent let a school do this, especially with the students so far behind? The administration said this was supposed to help behavior. It's made it worse. 1,200 behavior referrals. Not one principal, counselor, behavior specialist, The people who actually have leadership degrees have a
Thank you,
real-time
Chris.
class.
That is your time,
It's
and
all
you're
based-
welcome to submit your any additional comments. Sir, your time is up. Next up is Timothy Underwood. Chris, thank you. Timothy Underwood. Excuse me.
Our kids need it. And we're not getting any support.
Your time. Your time is up. Timothy Underwood, followed by Rev Lee Arney. I hope you'll be Reverend Lee Arney, and I hope you can help me correct that for the record. Timothy.
Thank you. Timothy Underwood for the record. Pardon my ungentle words. It's painful and abominable to lose one's child to death. Last month, the parents of Jonathan Lewis Jr. lost their son to a murderous gang of 9 to 10 black and brown students from Rancho High School, as did the parents of 16-year-old Evelyn Casas Hernandez a week later, her bruised body found in soccer fields for Clark County School District schools. Because my heart burned, I attended Evelyn's funeral and burial and told her mother I was so sorry she lost her daughter, and that if the school district was at fault, we would fight for her daughter's memory. Later that day, I attended Jonathan's vigil, which we had arranged with dads in schools, Turning Point USA and the American Christian Caucus. I spoke with his parents, echoing the same heart-crushing sympathy for the loss of their son. It's difficult to bear such a heavy load in such a pressing time when nothing makes sense except that your child, your precious child whom you held as a baby, nurtured through childhood and sent off to school, is dead. First, the coroner calls and you see the caller ID and your mind goes into hyperdrive. Stay calm, this is going to be bad, stay calm. And then you hear the dreaded question, are you the parent of... And then you know life is never going to be the same again. The diversity, equity, inclusion agenda is a reverse racism lie. It promotes the toxic ideas that lead to student violence. By removing the hard standards of justice and teaching students to segregate each other by the color of their skin, that black and brown kids are oppressed by white kids. No wonder minority students and gangs feel emboldened to kill lone white kids. Talk about decolonization. Heedless of countless warnings, Superintendent Jesus Hera began and continued on his reckless path of introducing such new systems that serve the needs of bureaucrats while killing the students whom these bureaucrats are paid to serve. Jesus Hera has fanned recidivist justice, gender theory castrations, and other DEI nostrums into flames that now burn the poor innocent school children, while Hera preens as a virtuous public figure before the camera. Hera's flaccid standards of justice has bred a culture of contempt and violence, literally the Lord of the Flies, on the campuses of CCSD. As titular head of the district, Jesus Hera must be held to account. And by the way, I only target the guilty. Better get used to it. Thank you.
We don't take very lightly to threats, Timothy Underwood, especially. I just noticed what you did to Trustee Guzman. To Trustee Cavazos. We don't take lightly to threats. Please leave our boardroom. The threat that you just indicated here at the end of your public comment. Please leave our boardroom. That is breaking decorum. Absolutely unacceptable. I've asked you to leave our boardroom. Can you say that again?
What's wrong with targeting people that tell them the truth about them?
You've been to plenty of board meetings, Mr. Underwood. I'm gonna ask you to please leave our boardroom.
I don't understand why.
I've repeatedly shared with you that you are breaking decorum. You are disrupting a public meeting. We don't take lightly to threats. Officers, please ask Mr. Underwood, who is disrupting a public meeting, out of our boardroom.
Explain it to the judge. I'm going to put you in front of a federal judge, and you're going to explain it to him.
You are welcome to leave this boardroom. You are disrupting a public meeting again and again and again. You are always welcome to speak your mind, but absolutely unacceptable to threaten members. Please let yourself out. That is different. Mr. Underwood, this is not a conversation. We're not in the middle of You are disrupting a public meeting. You have been asked to leave multiple times. I have Reverend Lee Arney. Please come on up, followed by Erica Neely.
Good evening, Madam President, trustees, superintendent, deputy superintendent. I am Reverend Lee Arney from Urban Rainbow and Gender Emergence Ministries. I'm also a community health worker with Silver State Equality. As a Reverend and a man of trans experience, I want to express how important it is that you continue to keep this policy, the policy P5138. This policy is under attack, and which addresses the rights in students with diverse gender identities or expressions. The policy allows students to feel safe, accepted, seen, and heard. When a student is allowed the basic rights of safety and support, they will be able to thrive, not only at school, but also in their personal lives. This policy doesn't infringe on others, but it only enhances the ability of all students to learn, to live, and thrive together. When students thrive together, they learn to tolerate and understand people whom are different from themselves. Last month, we solemnly observed TDOR, which stands for Trans Day of Remembrance. This is a day in which we acknowledge trans lives that are taken, innocent lives that are taken due to horrible violence, just for students and people living their lives, their true, authentic lives. If students are taught to love and tolerance instead of hate, then this event will no longer be needed. In addition, I want you to consider this. As a child, I always hated using the locker rooms. Being an overweight kid, I always had issue with body image. I found the whole locker room experience to be very barbaric. And I'm sure today the issue of dealing with body image in the locker room is still an issue with students. I would like to offer the possibility of taking the open space of the locker room and turning into an individual floor-to-ceiling changing rooms. This is something that might be a game changer, and this same process can also be done with the restrooms as well. In closing, I also wanted you to know that as that transgender people.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend. We're welcome to submit your comments in writing. Erica Neely, Quinn Kelly, followed by AJ Holly-Hirth.
Hello, my name is Erica Neely. I brought my daughter. I wanted her to see the faces of the people responsible for the violence at school. Mosquera Bianca. I want you to see Latina, 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 Latina. They're not doing anybody any favors. You say that all your policies is to help Latinos. Well, you're not helping me. You're not doing me any favors. You guys should be ashamed. Hey, where's the mic? You guys turn off the mic. It's not the... Oh, really? Okay, your policies are not helping anybody. You guys should resign. These are the faces that bring violence to the school. Look, you guys owe her an apology. The way you guys run the schools, and you guys want to put Hispanics on charts. Here's the chart that you guys need to see. Latina, Latina, Latina. 50th in the nation when it comes to school, education, reading, writing, and math. That is what you guys are bringing to the table. You guys are a disgrace. You guys are ashamed. You guys are making Latinos look bad. No more votes for Latinos. You guys are making Latinos parents look bad. Latino parents look bad. You guys think you're guys doing a favor? You're not. You guys are a disgrace. Thank you so much.
Kelly Quinn. Did I miss someone? Kelly, Erica Neely, Kelly Quinn, Kelly present. AJ Holly Hurth.
Yeah, my name's Kelly Quinn. But just real quickly, just get it on record, the recruiting trips that were just brought out in the media, I think that is something that the board needs to be looking at and reviewing that as well regarding the mass expenditures of these vacation trips to Florida and Hawaii under the guise of recruiting. So that was my first item. The other was the 5138 and the review of the books. The presentation earlier about the graphic content of the books, I think is appalling, even still. I work in a prison system. There's review committees for the books that come into a prison system. Those books that were presented today would not even be allowed in the prison system. How is it allowed in the elementary school system? I would request that you guys review that as well. The request for the review of the expenditures is another request, and also the request of the Regulation 5138 to be addressed further. So, thank you.
AJ Holly Hurth, followed by Andre Wade.
Good evening, trustees. My name is AJ Holly Huth, and I'm with the center. I just wanted to come out today. I actually had an offer to go to the Raiders game, which they are killing it tonight. It's insane. It's wow. But, you know, things have been going really well, and things have improved a lot for our queer and gender diverse youth in CCSD over the years. I worked in the youth program for about 9 years and volunteered before that. So for a decade, I have been working with the LGBTQ youth from 13 to 25. And so I have a lot of experience there. I have my master's in marriage and family therapy, so a lot of experience in that field as well. And I know that when we have affirmation from adults for these young people, they have better outcomes, just like every kid that has supportive parents, supportive community, they have better outcome, reduced self-harm, reduced destructive behaviors like drinking and drugs. All of the things improve when we have that support. With the rhetoric that's been going around, and it's not just here, it's all around the country, our kids hear us. I was traveling with my granddaughter one day, and she was in the back seat, and we kind of had a lull in conversation. We weren't talking about anything in particular, and she was like, "Nan, I listen to you." And I said, "You listen to me about what, baby?" And she said, "Everything." And it just kind of took my breath away, because I was like, oh my God, what do I say, right? So I'm really careful about what I say in front of her. And I also remember being a young person who was not able to come out when I was in school because of all of the things that I heard. And I was like, well, if that's me, then I'm getting the message that that's not the way that I want to be. That's not who I'm supposed to be. Everybody will be mad at me if I'm that thing. Had I had the support that some of these young people have today, things might have been a little bit different. My life would have maybe taken a different course. But, you know, with that said, things are a lot better now. I am standing here openly in front of you. I never thought that would have been the case 20 years ago. And so we have made progress. I want to thank you for following the law. I want to thank you for the equity and diversity team because they're doing a great job and things have improved for our students on campus. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Is Andre present? Followed by Seth Kingsley and Rachel Turner.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. My name is Andre Wade, State Director for Silver State Equality, here in full support of Policy 5138. We know that this policy is a recognition that there are gender diverse students in schools and that it supports these students for their learning. And there's no need at all to review the policy. So thank you for all your support of this policy that's been in place for the last 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Steph Kinsley, followed by Rachel Turner and Leslie Quinn.
Hello, Stephanie Kinsley. I just have a lot of questions, and a lot, you know, if any of the board or principals or teachers out here can answer these questions, is what are just normal parents like us supposed to do? It's the normal parents like us, the heterosexual families who are creating the children, and yet we're sending them to schools where we're being told that what works isn't right. We are last meeting, a lot of you guys got very upset when I pointed out how the failures in test scores and the absentee rates, which by the way, it took 3 grown men to explain chronic absentee. Like that's so embarrassing. Like if that was my job, I'd be so embarrassed, but not here. So I'm just need answers. So we get upset when I point out that fatherless homes are failing, but it's true. You got upset when we wouldn't wear masks because it was stupid, but it's true. We had principals in schools making little kids pull their masks up, even though that's anti-science. It's nonsense. We're telling little boys they can be girls and little girls they can be boys. It's not true. Trans women are men. And to tell anyone anything other than that is a lie. We have books that are pornographic that I can't read here, but my kid could go read in an elementary school. Make that make sense. Explain to me and other parents why we should want to send our kids to UNLV if they're going to come out like this, like embarrassed. Like, where were the principals standing up to Jara? Where were you guys, strong, independent women, standing up to Jara when he was saying, hey, we're just not going to punish kids if their skin tone's dark? How is that going to set them up for success out in the real world? We have kids graduating unable to read cursive, unable to write, unable to alphabetize. And you guys just feel like you have no accountability in that? I'm just really, I would be embarrassed. I've only worked in private sector jobs, not a government job, so I've never been allowed to just fail, like how Jara just gets to make more money than the last guy who failed before him, who made more than the last guy who failed before him. I went to school. There was never a problem with kids being picked on for who they have sex with. What's weird is to be proud of how you have sex. It's very weird. It's very not healthy, especially when nothing productive comes from it. No children come from it. But the people who make children are having our children attacked by the people who can't make children. Make it make sense. It makes as much sense as your COVID mandates that you supported. Is it because you believed them or because a guy in a suit told you to do them?
This is a reminder to our public. You are absolutely welcome to, you have the freedom of speech to share what you'd like to. And at the same time, excuse me, Ms. Kingsley, you know better. You know better. Ms. Kingsley, this is not your turn anymore. Your time has run out. I want to remind the public that you have, while you have freedom of speech, if people have freedom of speech, and specifically with our last speaker, the board does not agree with the misrepresentation stated time and time again by individuals who continue to politicize this issue. And we have to provide a public comment period. That's it. And that does not mean, our silence does not mean acceptance.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the school board, Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Larson Mitchell. Hi there, Rachel Turner, proud mother of 2 CCSD students, soon to be a 3rd student who I was just foster approved to take onto my life, which I'm really excited about and a little nervous. Thank you for your continued support of CCSD Policy 5138. I'll stand up here and speak behind other speakers as long as they're going to show up too, because I just want to say thank you. They want to talk about facts and scientific data, so let's talk. LGBTQ youth are not inherently prone to suicide risk because of their sexual orientation or gender identity, but rather placed at higher risk because of how they are mistreated and stigmatized by society. Suicide is the 2nd leading cause of death among young people aged 10 to 24. The Trevor Project's 2022 National Survey on LGBTQ youth mental health found that 45% of LGBTQ youth seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year, including more than half of the transgender and non-binary youth. How do we change this numbers and support our youth? Well, research shows that youth who found their school and home to be affirming reported lower rates of attempting suicide. In addition, youth who report the presence of a trusted adult in their school have higher levels of self-esteem, and access to supportive peers is protective against anxiety, depression, including among those who lack support from their family. Most importantly, transgender and non-binary youth attempt suicide at half the rate when their pronouns are respected, when they are allowed to officially change their gender marker, and when they have access to spaces online, at home, and at school that affirm their gender. CCDSD Policy 5138 supports all that research and decreases the suicide risks in our students at CCSD for the small population that have access to the gender support policy. So I thank you for continuing to acknowledge that this policy has value, because it does. Our children are at risk whenever there is a group that wants to regulate their ability to be recognized, and I don't see that those children's lives are any less valuable than any other child in CCSD. Thank you for your time tonight, and happy holidays.
Thank you, Rachel. Leslie Quinn. Is Leslie Quinn present? Erica Castro.
Hello, folks. My name is Leslie Quinn. I'm a registered voter in Clark County. Wrong is always wrong, even though everyone is doing it. Right is always right, even though no one is doing it. It is not a political party thing or a special interest group thing that parents want to protect their children, protect them from being groomed for pedophilia and sex trafficked. Where is the CCSD diversity, equity, and inclusivity support for parents, grandparents, and people that want to protect children's innocence? Sadly, these parents are shut down and their efforts are attacked by the likes of those that do not support these things. It is not wrong that any parent wants to protect their children's innocence. It is beyond me that any parent would encourage their own children, let alone children that are not theirs, to read pornographic books that our CCSD public school library has available, books paid for by Nevadan taxpayers. When people don't know where they come from, they don't know where they are going. If adults teaching children are confused, what can the children do but be confused by those that lead them? A person left to their own devices destroys themselves. It is time for we the people to band together and stand united against the destructive tyranny going on in Clark County public school system, as well as across the nation against children. Voters, please vet candidates before you vote for them, because laws don't make morals. Morals make laws. Thank you.
Erica Castro.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Erika Castro. Thank you for having us today. My pronouns are she, they. I work with Plan as an organizer, and I'm also a product of Clark County School District, specifically Desert Pines. I came out of the closet when I was 15 years old, and when I was at Desert Pines, there wasn't a lot of spaces for people like me or the ability to really talk about it. Luckily, I wasn't ever bullied, but I did see other people get bullied because of their sexuality. And honestly, it's very triggering being in this room and seeing so many adults try to essentially bully children because of their gender identity and because of their sexuality. We are adults. We should be respecting children and their decisions. We shouldn't be bullying them simply because we don't understand their sexuality or their gender identity. In fact, we should actually be reading maybe more books to understand what they're going through, what they're dealing with, and support them. So I'm here again to support my colleagues and ensure that we continue to support our students at CCSD, because we need more folks that are not going to bully children simply because of who they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Okay, colleagues, that concludes public comment. Our next meeting of the Board of Trustees is on January 2nd, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. The City of Las Vegas Council Chambers. This is actually our oath of office that's going to be taking place on January 2nd. At this moment in time, I'm seeking Okay, colleagues, at this time I'm seeking a motion by Trustee Zamora.
Only because it's the last meeting of the year, I wanted to make this motion. I make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Very momentous. Thank you, Trustee Zamora. Trustee Cavazos?
I'd like to second that motion.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Zamora and a second by Trustee Cavazos. Please cast your vote. Trustee Williams?
Aye.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Colleagues, that motion passes 7-0. The meeting adjourns at 8:43 p.m. Thank you. Have a great evening.